What is going on, everybody? My name is Taylor, aka Henchwoman, and we are back at it again with the Impossible Creatures Invitational, hopping into week 2 here of our matches. Looking to see what kind of changes we've had in the past week here. Just going to quickly switch it over so we can take a quick look at our document there. Just give me one moment here. Yeah, so based on what we're looking at in the standings, if I can pull these standings up, it is giving me a hard time here for some reason. Alright, let's hop right into the standings here and break down what happened in our last week's matches. So last week we had the start of matches, so not everyone played in their first week here from the Rex Trans group, and majority of the Henchman group have not played a match as of the first week, as well as the Upton Julius group being the only one that managed to get all of their matches in. Well, every match was a 2-1. Yeah, we got our Henchman group. We have one match this week. I believe all matches have been played for the Rex Chance group. We have dropped our boy Scorpion. Spider has officially withdrawn from the tournament. As well in the Henchman group, we got Anto, who has officially withdrawn. El Hovey and Shadow Underground have yet to respond on whether they will be participating or not. And we are going to be making some changes to the groups to accommodate for a few of these withdrawals as well as some requests. But I will go into that after we've had some matches going. So let us quickly switch over to the game here. So let me just pop that up, transition there. And that should be up and loading. Make sure it's pulling up on the stream there, like it is appearing on the stream. Yeah, so we got our first match of the week with the Papa Delta versus Commander XY. This should be a fun one. Both very cheesy players here. Looks like they went for all 3 games, so we're looking at a 3-game series, and it started off with a match here on Furor. So let's see how this one plays out. So pulling it up here, expecting to see some fairly standard starts, but one of them may go for a rush. We did see some rushes from Commander last week. Let's see if he goes with a similar route this match. So we got our boy Papa Delta starting off with a 3 Henchman start, 3 going on the Lightning Rod. No Lightning start coming out from XY. An interesting play from him for his first match of the ICI here, as his first opponent did not reply to his messages. Kind of just slowly building up the Henchman here, very standard from Papa Delta, but XY, let's see what he's looking to do. We got the Henchman moving out early there, getting a decent amount of work, moving them over to that first top left expo there, I believe. But knowing our boy XY, he might look for a bit more aggressive and move down to this lower expo. But we will see how that plays out for him. It appears that he is just focusing on this first little expo here. Got the one Henchman already mining the coal while the other guy is building up. And we are still building just Henchmen at the base game, maximizing that coal pile. It looks like we might even be a little bit over the Henchmen needed for this coal pile as of yet. Meanwhile, XY also building. That still has yet to build his first Lightning Rod. So he looks like he'll probably be building some kind of just kind of generic base start here. Very unique kind of build order. We got 3 henchmen moving to take that middle geyser from our boy Commander XY. Early creature chamber being the first thing built up here by XY. Still has yet to build a single lightning rod. Will be interesting to see if he's going to highly focus on the conversion and go for an early rush. The rest of the lightning rods getting built up by our boy Papa Delta here. Level 2 research already on the way. Still henchmen being built up by XY here. No level 2 research just yet. He does got the creature chamber down, but we are looking at some level 1s with immunity and colony. 10 damage on the level 1s, but they are looking to be an early level 1 rush. The first time we're actually seeing level 1s used in the tournament here. 1 lightning rod getting placed down by that creature chamber. He is moving in with the ants. They have yet to be spotted by XY. XY is now moving his henchmen out. He has nothing to defend this yet, and we have a lot of creatures coming out from XY just moving in, but we do got a single Soundbeam Tower. I missed that earlier. He has managed to build it, which will fend off the majority of this, but it looks like he might just be trying to take out his Expos, as he knows they don't have a Soundbeam Tower there, or he can assume they don't have a Soundbeam Tower there. Papa Delta getting his creature chambers set up at that upper Expo near the center. The colony has moved in onto this lower Soundbeam Tower as the henchmen tried to finish it off in time, but they managed to get it through, and these ants have very low HP. They're only sitting on 18 HP, so they might be able to do this, but there's just so many of them that they're able to... The AoE damage from the Soundbeam isn't taking it out, and he manages to move in and take them out, but it looks like that is XY building level 2 research here. Oh, looks like we got the Bubonic Itch. The rat. I'm not sure what it's mixed with, but it is mostly a rat. No plague, though. Interesting. And we got the something Saurus mixed with the Chameleon to try and fend off this reverse, kind of the level 2 rush, your standard level 1 rush. But XY is just overloading his area here, taking out Papa Delta's creatures, looking to take out his creature chamber. Meanwhile, XY's lab is just looking more than fine. I mean, Papa Delta's lab is just looking more than fine. XY, we're seeing entirely on the aggressive here. Still, he does have enough lightning rods at this time. Just had to go do a quick check on that there. Oh, audio is not right, apparently. Da-da-da-da-da. What do you mean by audio there? Am I ducking? I'm not entirely sure. Bro just said audio. I don't know if I'm too loud, too quiet, or what. Looks like we missed some of the action here, but oh, actually, this is XY's whole setup is getting built just outside of Papa Delta's base. Papa Delta only has this upper expo, but he does have a decent amount of these rats moving in. But oh, we are a level 2 rusher with just slightly more slightly more hit points, as well as a bit more damage there. Doing more damage than these rats, just due to the leap attack as well as the frenzy bonus. But he hasn't used them yet, but he is backing them up with his Camosauruses. Your audio is fine with me. Alright, then it's just homie. Lots of henchmen here. Again, we had a little bit of a henchman brawl down here as we got XY's henchman throwing hands with Papa Delta's henchman. No worries on that end. Papa Delta moving in to kind of do what he can here. We got some camo flyers coming in from Papa Delta. Without any kind of keen sense, it's going to be hard for XY to even notice this going down. But he's got enough of these praying mantises to just make a full frontal assault. But he has nothing besides these 2 chameleons to take out these camo flyers. And they don't got keen sense, so I don't know how much he's going to be accomplishing there with those guys. But the flyers, they are fairly low HP, but one decent anti-air tower should be able to take it out. Doesn't seem to be building any henchmen here. No creatures being built at that chamber. Kind of bit of a slow period here from Papa Delta. Finally building some... No, not even building any more creatures. Just microwing these guys in this fight here. The plague is... They don't even have plague. He's running rats with no plague. The rats are kind of doing what they can, but not managing to get enough done. Oh, we got the Art Flyers able to take them out in just one quick spout. Basically making the lower level kind of rush creatures from XY just kind of null in effect. So XY is now pivoting to building more of his Camsauruses to hopefully take out some of these guys. Gonna want to see him spread those creatures out a little bit more. Just kind of so they dodge some of that artillery. But because he used the artillery, Papa Delta did at least, on his little praying mantises here, XY is going to quickly respond with building up some anti-air towers, as well as finally collecting that first geyser there. He collected the bottom left geyser before doing his own in his own lab. From the aggressive to hopefully cut off some of Papa Delta's stuff here. Papa Delta is moving to the level 3 research. We got a decent amount of level 2s coming here from XY. Still no level 3 research coming out of him though, so Delta does have his enough going for him in terms of those level 2s. Looks like he is going to be disorientating barbs with the Buzzkill. I'm not entirely certain what creature that is, but it should be fun to see how it interacts with Papa Delta. I mean, with XY's Camsauruses here. Oh, it looks like we got a 4-arm. So Papa XY actually did sneak level 3 research on me. Didn't even notice it. He is pulling out the Pistol Shrimp. I don't know what that is. I think it's a Pistol Shrimp Giraffe. Maybe it's a Warthog? I can't tell. No, I would have heard him. I'm not entirely sure. But it looks like XY's creatures are just getting taken out pretty strongly by Papa Delta with a hat out of TP, Etosis. The level 3 doing a decent amount of work here from Papa Delta. Meanwhile, taking out all of the Vanguard from XY here. XY building up some level 3s over here behind Papa Delta's base. We got Camouflage, Immunity, Leap Attack, Frenzy, 31 damage, but only 158 HP. But it looks like they might be getting scouted out by these Camouflage. Rocks fall, everyone dies. The Artillery Flyers from Papa Delta scouting around to see what they can find. They do have Keen Sense, so they will have been able to see XY's level 3s at the lab. But I'm not sure what they're going to be doing about it. We got the Laxative Projection. Papa Delta coming in with some crazy names on these guys. We got probably the Bombardier Beetle, I believe. Maybe a ram? I'm not entirely sure. We got Papa Delta grabbing that middle geyser. XY building up more of these Pistol Shrimp with the barrier defense, fortifying his lab pretty strongly. Might have. Oh, he's got his own flyers here with Electric Burst. Defy Atlantis Solar Pulse. And it looks like that is kind of going to be his goal. We got the Bombardier Beetles just hitting these anti-air towers from quite a distance, managing to take it out, sending the rats over just to get them enough vision so that they can start attacking the base. Meanwhile, we got XY making moves on the right side of this map here, sending in his Camouflage unit from the lab to hopefully take out this Expo, I'm guessing. But XY also sending down some flyers as well, so he might be trying to attack on 2 fronts here. Papa Delta's flyers in the bottom right there, and then he's got his melee creatures moving in to the front to take out this Expo. But they might just get blown, to be honest. I don't know if they have the damage to take out. Well, I mean, he managed to take out the entire henchman line, so maybe I could be wrong. And it looks like he's taking out the Soundbeam Tower as well. Oh, not quite. 7 HP left on that Soundbeam Tower before the creature auto-targeted our boy How out of TP Etosis. XY going to be kind of on the back foot compared to a really strong start with all these early rushes. Looking to just do some Dragon Mantises at his lab. Papa Delta is fortifying his lab fairly well. It's going to be hard for him to get onto that back Soundbeam Tower. And won't be able to use any kind of aerial units to kind of back him up. But we got these Pistol Shrimp with Barrier Destroyer building up on this left side. We're not sure if Papa Delta has taken notice of this yet. But Papa Delta is actually sending us some anti-airs to further prevent any kind of flash. We got a decent amount of these Dragoneer Mantises just chilling down there. We got a decent little army going from our man Papa Delta. Not Your Dad's Magic Carpet being spawned in on max. He's got 4 now, so he's getting that herding bonus. We got his earlier artillery flyers moving up to this top coal pile. We realize he's got no anti-air. He's going to take that down. No Expo up there for XY, sending the henchmen over here. They did take out that lower left geyser, so we did lose that on XY. XY still doesn't, and it looks like XY actually has no geysers at this point. He's going for a bit more of a defensive move from these guys with the Not Your Dad's Magic Carpet, which would just full on wipe out these guys here, just due to the fact that they're such low HP, and that is a Sonic. Papa Delta sending his pistol, they're ostriches, I think. Yeah, Pistol Shrimp Ostrich. Interesting. They did take out the entire henchman line, but the workshop still stands, so he still has that. Gonna be kind of struggling for resources on the side of XY here, just with the lack of geysers as well as the lack of, well, just active hench. He's only got the hench at his lab and this henchman on this expo. Meanwhile, Papa Delta's got this expo. He's got his lab, but that's running low on hench as well. We got not a full line of hench on this coal pile either, but he's at least got 2 geysers going, pretty much, no, 3 geysers going at this point, as well as his gyrocopter there. So the income on Papa Delta is actually quite a bit more. He's pushing for level 4 research here. Meanwhile, our boy XY has also already completed his level 4 research and is currently building these level 4 camo flyers with immunity with 46 damage. He has upgraded these, so he's probably going to just try and build these guys up for a rush, but he's only got the 1 flag chamber there, so he's not really able to match the production that we're seeing from Papa Delta. So it'll be interesting to see, especially because he should know at this point that there's a decent amount of anti-airs being set up by Papa Delta. Papa Delta kind of just holding the fort. Hasn't been on the assault pretty much the whole game, just been fortifying his defenses here. Be interesting to see how XY chooses to respond. Yeah, he has gotten all 3 coal piles going yet again. Not quite maximizing the henchmen, I believe, but he is definitely getting his income back up. I would love to see a few more flyer chambers if he's hoping to get more creatures out, but he's got a decent amount of them here. He might be just going for a basic rush, but with loud defense and all these anti-airs, you gotta be wondering if he's biting off more than he could chew here. We got 1 research clink. I'm not entirely certain if he got Sonic Boom yet, but if he did, there's little hope for XY's Fire Force that he's sending off on the side here. They're gonna just go straight for this geyser, which, I mean, probably good for XY so that he can start building his resources up. But these Bombardier Beetles from Papa Delta is kind of just taking out his other geyser with little to no effort. So there's not a whole lot that he can do there. Some anti-air towers getting built up in the center, more getting built up as he went for that geyser. You gotta know if you go for the geyser on the right, they're gonna know you have flyers set up, but he's instantly building some swimmer chambers on the right, so he's pivoting based off seeing the fact that they built some anti-air towers. Using his flyers to take out these melees is probably a good move rather than targeting the Bombardier Beetles. Now that we got Papa Delta Nope Rope, now with legs, pulling up with the Cobra something mix, 17 range damage on these Cobras. Going to be a lot of damage, focusing on just pushing into that lower left expo. We got a bit of a fight on our hands over here, but luckily it's on the hands of XY, so he's not really worried about this too much. Gonna swoop in to take out some of these, take out that anti-air tower, maybe move into that a little bit, but his forces are quite divided, but it doesn't look like any Sonic Boom was used, so Sonic Boom research has not likely been put in, but Nope Rope with legs is actually taking out quite a bit. Well, it's taking out the entire expo on that left side. We got the Artillery Pure Swimmer Bombardier Beetle. We got the creature from the game Battleship pulling up. He is about to ask Papa Delta if he has hit his battleship. I guarantee it. But the Bombardier Beetles from Papa Delta is still doing work. Taking out this gyro, or this geyser, probably for like the third time now. But we're looking at the Not Your Daddy's Magic Carpet be spawned in. And we're finally taking out the creature chamber just outside of his base. Papa Delta's looking for a bit of expansion for the first time this game. Took him about 20 minutes. With a game that has a level 1 rush, you don't really expect it to go to 25 minutes. But XY is pulling out some quite a few different cheese strats here, so I'm interested to see who ends up coming out on top now that Papa Delta's kind of more on the aggressive here as he's pushing into this top left expo as well. The classical Sonar Pulse coming in from our boy, XY. And the Flyers just kind of hiding on the side here. They are moving into the aggressive position. They are moving down into that bottom right corner. Probably hoping to hit the lab or stuff around the lab, but whales stick it to them on this boss side. 1,000 HP. We got a level 4 with 1,000 HP, 9 damage, and very slow movement speed going into this horde of pure swimmers on the side of XY, but they don't have a whole lot of damage, and their range damage is crazy. With the 17, they're managing to kind of just shred them. Good focus on his creatures here as well, so he's decent. He's putting a bit of micro on XY's side. But we are finally getting the aggressive from Papa Delta on the reverse push, who is all targeting this one flyer chamber that Papa Delta is doing. XY is doing whatever he can to keep it up just long enough to get these 3 creatures out. But the sheer amount of numbers means he's only going to get out 2 before it dies. Bit of lost coal there, but his flyers are now moving in. They are not going to win those, my guy. The moment they show, they're all going to get popped. Oh my god. My boy XY has fallen off, man. He's getting torn to shreds here by Papa Delta. Not Your Daddy. They have managed to take out the swimmer chamber on the bottom right, but the assault on the side of Papa Delta is doing quite a bit more. As Papa Delta moves the rest of his creatures in to try and take him out, he's got no henchmen on lab, no expo right now, and no workshop to rebuild. So you're pretty much hoping that your art can kind of out-damage his entire army. I don't know if that's a fight I'd be willing to take personally, but you're at least getting the bottom right expo, XY. You're at least getting the bottom right expo. It would appear that Papa Delta has secured the win, in my opinion. But maybe XY's got something secret up his sleeve, like these level 3 flyers that I guarantee he probably forgot exist. But we got 2 more of these artillery pure swimmers moving in. They have yet to do anything, and they are purely focusing on XY's lab, and we are still building the pure swimmers. We got the Dino Roar, the Velociraptor, mixed with the Behemoth. 620 HP, 36 damage, and Frenzy, and Pack Hunter. But we still got one. We still got one on the side of XY. Oh, we got a few on the side of XY. They're all moving in. They can't see it, I don't think. But the lab temp is moving up. I do not think you win this, XY. I'm going to be honest. I do not think you win this. But I respect holding out the fight. We got some Bombardier Beetles getting spawned in by Papa Delta to respond to the Pure Swimmer Bombardiers. And the lab has dropped. So that is game 1 going over to Papa Delta. Yeah, managing to survive the level 1 raid secures them the win fairly convincingly. Let's move on to Führer in game 2. Yeah, we know XY wins this one, so that it goes to game 3. But let's see how he manages to do that.
After we take out the enemy labs,
XY still going top, going with the full hench start, and Papa Delta 3 hench start. Fairly standard on Papa Delta's side, exactly the same as game 1 from XY's side. Let's see if he still goes for the level 1 rush, because one of the things about the level 1 rush that you get as an advantage is the fact that no one really builds level 1s in the meta, just because they're so kind of weak and like easy to kill, because you can kind of just kill them with henchmen. But because of the surprise factor, you can sometimes get people off guard and get the win off being able to rush past them early, and especially when you're running something with Colony. I'm not sure if Colony does the same thing as Overpop, but it would make sense. Yeah, so really standard stuff from Papa Delta, and then the same that we saw from game 1 on XY side. Thank you, Seabass, for the sub, by the way. Shout out my boy. Just for that, you're gonna stream next game. You're gonna stream. You're gonna stream next anyway. Papa Delta, XY building a lightning rod a little bit earlier than last game, but prioritizing the workshop first. Papa Delta is moving some henchmen up. He's going to try and take this middle left expo, I think. Or he might go for a scouting on this top left expo with these henchmen here. Be interesting to see how XY responds after spotting his henchmen. Assuming he does spot the henchmen. We see all 3 there, so there's a decent chance XY spotted it, but we are going to see a level 2 much earlier from XY than we did last game, which will be interesting to see. Moving the henchman past his henchmen and moving them into a flanking position. And it looks like he's going to build an early creature chamber up at this top left here. And send one henchman to start building a kind of expo setup there. Meanwhile, we already got quite a bit more expansion on the side of XY, but more map presence from Papa Delta. He is building an early Soundbeam Tower to kind of deny any kind of early creature spam with the Imposter here. Oh, we got the Bastard from XY. Great names right now, great names. We got the level 1 with Sonar Pulse. That goes a little crazy. What do we got here from... We got the Bubonic Itch yet again. The rats coming out to play. Papa Delta actually starting up an early bramble fence on this top corner as well to prevent them from backing up this expo potentially. But they're just building a Soundbeam Tower, so this early in the game you might not be able to do much, and you built the creature chamber on that side of it, so I'm a little confused as to what the point of this bramble fence is. But that's kind of just a mystery for another time. XY building the early generator, thank God. Papa Delta just kind of overwhelming him with these plague units, and now he's got the... He's got moving some Soundbeam Towers even closer, building another creature chamber here, but we got the henchman fighting it out at the Soundbeam Tower. We got one henchman repairing it, and like 6 henchmen punching it. Going a little crazy there. XY on the low takes that middle gyro, continues to build up his kind of economy, and Papa Delta still just kind of slowly building it up, focusing on primarily on this microing in this top portion of the map here, trying to fight them off. But XY responding very quickly with a Purify Hurting high endurance Porce Bra. Porcupine with the zebra there. Decent amount of damage, decent amount of penetration. Easily able to take out the Soundbeam Tower as well as these rats. Enough damage, enough hurt, and if you can get enough of them, you'll get that hurting bonus, which should help them with the rats at least somewhat. A little bit of microing, just moving them a bit further back, trying to gather them up. But just the pure amount of rats from Papa Delta is kind of overwhelming him a little bit. But Papa Delta is slowly covering his side of the map with the expansions now, but the resource advantage is already on the side of XY. So if this rush doesn't work out from Papa Delta, XY is going to have a decent amount of chance for a comeback here. Yeah, just a bit of rebuilding kind of these Soundbeam Towers here to kind of continue to maintain this lead in this top corner while continuing to keep the pressure up. But XY seemingly doesn't really care that much about it. Since he doesn't... Oh, he's sending the henchman to take out the fight. He says, you know what? Get out of my lab. Get out of my base. Go to your side of the map. And is now trying to force his guys in. He's got his imposters over here as well with the Sonar Pulse. Now he's got 4 of them. I wonder if he's just gonna keep these guys here and use the Sonar Pulse as often as he needs. It's actually a very interesting strategy when it comes to when it comes to just kind of general scouting. You can keep these level 1s with Sonar Pulse and just use it around the map to see what's going on at their labs. Interesting tech coming in from XY. And XY using his Keen Scent Frenzy Wolverine Coyotes. Managing to out-damage most of Papa Delta's level 2s. While still having more HP. Nice little creature here. He is going on the aggressive. XY is moving his henchmen in to take out that upper creature chamber. Sending the boys in. You know, you mess with the gang. He is now sending in more of his... Oh, we got the Porcabras getting built up to counter these artillery level 2 flyers. Rock City Bitch. Moving in. Didn't even see my boy Papa Delta get this air chamber up on this kind of middle expo here. Finally kind of expanding a bit. XY has managed to take both of the water geysers and the middle geyser. So we only got one geyser that's not fully upgraded on the side of Papa Delta here as he focuses on this kind of push, which seems to have completely failed for him. And now we have a map that's mostly dominated by XY. And Papa Delta just has to do everything he can here to quickly switch to the defense. Meanwhile, we got XY with a henchman building a creature chamber behind his lab. And Papa Delta is still just reinforcing his first expo here. And kind of sending some of his flyers over to this generator to try and take it out. Meanwhile, XY's Wolveriotes are already moving into this expo before he manages to get any of his creature chambers built up. He's only got one henchman going on it. The flyer chamber is being targeted by some of XY's creatures. One of them's hitting the workshop. Not really the best targeting there. But we got the porcupines moving in to help deal with the flyers that he knows are inevitably going to be switching to his melees. Excellent kind of micro and macroing coming from XY to kind of just push his lead down, just shove it down the throat of Papa Delta. Papa Delta getting as many henchmen as he can on the two kind of back coal piles to try and counteract the fact that XY has complete control over the top side of the map, which was invested too heavily by Papa Delta. Papa Delta building up some creature chambers on the bottom right here. Keep them far away from the offense of XY. And moving his flyers over to this generator to keep them out of the range of the zebra porcupines. But with that, he might be seeing if he can get them, but he needs to have the wolves with him there to manage the keen sense. They are moving into the bottom right expo. I must have missed it, but we have an infest coming in from XY. on these creature chambers and this whole expo in the bottom right here. I'm not sure which creatures he's got going, but we got the pistol shrimp ostriches moving in near the lab, hoping to make those guys work on some kind of rush here. We got 2 anti-air towers, 1 sound beam tower, same exact base setup, at least with the initial lightning rods and the sound beam tower here. 2 creature chambers getting queued. Not sure which henchmen he's got going on those, but I'm telling you, these guys are not going to make it there in time without being deceased. XY, complete dominance on this top side, or in this second match here, moving in with all of his creatures. And there's really not much you can do on the side of Papa Delta here. You're trying to build the sound beam towers to handle the defense, but you got Bear Destroy Ostriches, you got the Porcupines. They might be holding off solely off, I mean, no offense to him, but really poor targeting from XY. Not taking out the stuff that's doing the damage to him, taking out his creatures. Trying to focus down that hench line with his Sonic that he's got on forearms here, but won't be able to do much. Just going to get pretty much completely taken off by 2 creatures and 3 sound beam towers. Despite the fact that he has such an early lead, you're going to wonder how he's going to respond with that. He's got more of the pistol shrimp ostriches moving in. And not building any flyers, not building anything else. We still got the flyers from Papa Delta, taking out more of these geysers. XY is there to build them up again with his henchmen. He's got creatures kind of sprawled out around the map a little bit here. XY setting up a bramble fence, of all things, right outside of Papa Delta's lab. And we got the Bombardier Beetles coming in for the win. The Bombardier Beetles coming in for the win, staying completely out of the range of his sound beam towers. Papa Delta doesn't even know how to respond. He's just got his henchmen still going on the coal pile. There's just no coming back from this realistically. We got 1 generator, 4 henchmen. I say 4. He's got 5 henchmen. No henchmen being built. His henchmen are all moving to this top side. They're all moving back down. They're getting hit by the artillery. You got nothing at your base, Papa Delta. You're just going to get absolutely obliterated by this artillery level 4. The bombard speed, we're calling it on the side of X. He's getting completely boxed in by XY. XY has completely boxed in Papa Delta and is currently doing more damage to his own creatures than XY can put up as a defense. I mean, than Papa Delta can put up as a defense. But now we got the Bombardier Beetles just going on the turret there. I mean, going on the lab. Henchmen moving out of the way so they don't get hit by the chemical artillery. And they're building sound beam towers now. They're building sound beams and a creature chamber in this top right corner of his lab. There's not much. You just can't do anything. Even your henchmen are getting blown to smithereens by the pistol shrimp ostriches, and the Bombardier Beetles are going on your lab. There's just nothing you can do at this point. You pop in the lab defense, but realistically, you're popping it out of hope. You're hoping for some kind of mercy from the side of Papa Delta, from the side of XY. XY has completely bossed you in. You got a bramble fest around your entire base. You got 1 henchman who's just recently killed, and you're gonna build as many henchmen as you can and drop the lab defense because you know you're cooked. You know you're cooked at this point. There's just nothing you can do. You try to beat him on the rush, and he held his own and managed to come back from it quite strong. Pretty much the reverse of what happened in the first game. Fairly interesting to see how Papa Delta manages to change it up for game 2 here. Yeah, honestly, just absolute domination from XY in this match here. Very, very interesting to see how he managed to take the tactics that he used in this first game, flip them on their head, and convert that into a complete lead over his opponent. Moving on to game 3 here. This guy was playing this at midnight, by the looks of it. Midnight on my birthday, no less. Let's hop into it and see if my boy XY pulls out a lead off of the early aggression, just like he tried to in game 1. Papa Delta on the bot, XY on the top. They going for the exact same start yet again from both sides. Don't really know what we were expecting as a difference. But yeah. Overall, not too confusing. We got 3 hench start on the bot side, and then we got full hench start on the side of XY. Gonna be interesting to see if he opts into the exact same strategy, moving to that top left expo first, and then kind of building off that. Yeah, it seems like he's going for the exact same build order as he did for the last match. Moving his henchman up to this top left corner already. Going to try and get the workshop down nice and early. XY sending one of his henchmen out a little bit earlier than last game, I think. Still only has the one lightning rod. XY moving, getting the first getting the first expo started there. Looks like another just sending the henchman as a scout from the side of Papa Delta. But Papa Delta, he's hesitating a little bit. You can tell that he knows that he's going to be there. And he isn't sure if he should go for that or not. He's got the henchman back at the lab, building up his second lightning rod. And then his henchman up at this top left, moving in for the scout. Instantly spots all of them, steps back to the side, continues his movement to this top portion. Level 2 research started from XY. We've actually seen the exact same start from Papa Delta. Less henchmen up here, though. He is going to be spotted by XY's henchmen, and they're all going to go gang up on him. They're jumping him. They're jumping him. This reminds me of my hometown of Surrey, the way this guy's going to jump. Oh, my God. You got 3 dudes picking on one dude. He's now swimming in the water, man. He is scared for his life. He is running with everything he has. Papa Delta has sent a few more henchmen to build this bottom right expo. We got the 1 henchman still on the move, 2 henchmen on the prowl. This is looking like some typical Surrey shenanigans. With Papa Delta just getting chased down by a henchman. Another henchman is now trailing off, going to the second geyser. XY just fortifying his lab first before setting up a aggressive expo. Unlike our boy Papa Delta, going for it a second time. The henchman is still chasing the other henchman, man. This is some pure Surrey shenanigans. Papa Delta's sending a different henchman in to go for potentially a close creature chamber. If there's an official term for that you guys have been using. I'm going to call it a proxy chamber. No reason. But he's actually already got 2. Oh, instantly spotted by the imposter himself with the sonar pulse level 1s. Honestly, a very unique strategy that I don't know if I've seen because I've never watched my replays. Because I'm too scared to see how bad I am. Just a bit of kind of standard expansion from XY. Seems like he does not care where any of his lightning rods are, but he wants to keep them separated to avoid the art flyers that we know Papa Delta has, as he's used it in the last 2 games. Plenty full on henchmen here, sending... Where's he spawning them? No, don't tell me, XY. Please tell me you're spawning them here, Papa Delta. Okay, yeah, he's spawning them there. Okay. For a second, I thought Papa Delta wasn't spawning them out of the workshops, and he was wasting a bunch of time. But it appears that I'm just delusional in that sense. Papa Delta got his rats there spawned up, ready to go. Deciding to not go for the proxy chamber. As XY is now sending the bastard out. The Tormite Ant, I think. Going for the instant infestation onto the workshop there to try and get the damage out. Moving 3 more down to infest some of these creature chambers, get some damage out. The imposter's still just chilling. We got 4 arms being spawned. We already got level 3 from XY. Where are we looking for? We are just starting level 3 from Papa Delta. That's going to be a big advantage for XY, as he's going to be able to have these stronger creatures out quite a bit earlier. The infestation manages to do quite a bit of damage. Might take out this 1 creature chamber. Probably going to take out the other one as well. And Papa Delta just going to get instantly put on the back foot here, as most of his money has been invested in defense. And with the infestation, you just can't do anything about it. They just took out 2 of your creature chambers. That's 500 gold down the drain. And moving into these artillery flyers, we got Decent amount of spread on the side of XY, but still no anti-air towers. We got the pistol shrimps, though, are going to be able to shred through these flyers, but it looks like the flyers are moving in to the generator to try and take that to kind of lower the resources on the side of XY, but nonetheless, XY is feeling quite comfortable. We got the single sound beam tower set up right outside of XY's workshop. And then the rats have moved in. They're aiming for the henchman line. That's his primary goal here. We got one henchman even hitting the workshop. Mad respect on that. Unfortunately, he does no damage. Luckily, Papa Delta has recognized that and is sending them away. You got the rats now focusing down the workshop, while he continues to build up a bit of flyers to take out any kind of expo setups that he's got. But with these pistol shrimps just chilling at his lab, he's really got nothing to fear. We got level 4 going for Papa Delta now, and level 4 going for XY. Very kind of, given the two players that we have, this match has been quite slow. Not much of aggression on either side. Both kind of playing it slow, hopefully trying to see, try not to get caught out on the offensive. As both games, the person who initializes the attacks seems to be the one who falls. But right now, just with that infestation, he's managed to take out so much of Papa Delta's resources, but Papa Delta's kind of got his flyers going pretty well. They're all kind of... We got the Not Your Daddy's Magic Carpet up here, as well as a bit more of those. So a lot of the Sonic flyers. And the rats managed to take out that that lower expo from XY. So maybe we're looking to see... Oh, we got the classic. The absolute classic creature, people. We got the absolute classic creature mixed with the sperm whale instead of the great white shark. So it's not the creature I thought it was, but it looks quite similar. Not sure what his plan is with these guys. I'm honestly kind of surprised they're level 4 though. Being the fact that it is a sperm whale mixed with a snowy owl. You would think that would be default to level 5, especially with the fact that it's using the range from it. But yeah, so we'll see how he manages to, what he thinks he's going to do with those. These flyers are now moving to this, over to this left expo. Oh, it looks like the rats have already moved in. The henchmen are moving out quick to try and avoid any damage from the rats. But the pistol shrimp are on the move. We'll see how Papa Delta chooses to respond. The level 4 flyers are just pulling up with the Sonic, the better Sonic in my opinion. But we have a bit of a flyer fight going on here. We got the level 4s versus level 3s. By default, we expect the level 4s to win. And it appears that's exactly what they're doing here as they take out the rest of Papa Delta's forces and start moving downwards with the rest of his pistol shrimp. One flyer just left, and they are actually moving back into the lab to play more of a defensive role. Quite interesting move from XY. A little bit scared here. Doesn't want to over push. He's actually going to take out that geyser on the right side. Then taking out the middle geyser as well. So Papa Delta is now moving in off the aggression. Hopefully going to push into this right flank before anything else. And with the amount of Sonic he's got going for himself, you got to be worried about all of Papa Delta's henchmen, because all these henchmen are just going to get cleared out. But looks like we got level 4, the Nope Rope coming out to try and take these guys out, as well as the Whale Stick It to them. Kind of taking the brunt of the force there. Decent level meat. And then the sperm whale white owls are kind of doing a decent amount of work on these cobras, but not taking them out as fast as needed. And they're actually able to do a pretty good defense into the snowy owls. But the pistol shrimp have moved in there and now evening out the fight. And I don't think you have, just due to the Sonic,
the AoE isn't there from these Cobras, and they're able to just wipe them out. And you got the Barrier Destroyer on them as well, so you know these creature chambers aren't long for living. And XY's building a creature chamber right in the lab of Papa Delta. 2 creature chambers to respond from Papa Delta. We got level 5s coming in. We got his boy, the Velociraptor Behemoth, moving in to try and take out this. He's taking out that henchman. Boom, two shot. He's not taking out the pistol trip. That's gonna be a 3. That's gonna be a 3 shot. He still hasn't used his Frenchie. Still doesn't have his Pack Hunter. Targeting the creature chamber at this point. Does not have Barrier Destroy. So he's actually taking it out slower than they are taking out his Generator. Generator does have less HP. But is able to take it out pretty quick there. So they take out the Geyser. So you're now losing even more electricity on the side of Papa Delta. And XY is just moving in. Papa Delta building a creature chamber up on this the upper section here. Meanwhile, the Pistol Shrimp are just doing work and taking out all of his creatures. But you now have 4 Dino Roars here. The Velociraptor mixed with the Behemoth. So you can put them together and get them Pack Hunter. They do have Frenzy. So if you are going to defend against ground creatures, this will be a decent defense. But the Nope Rope with Legs is aiming to take out some of these Soundbeam Towers that are being built by XY's Gyrocopter. Which is being targeted by the Nope Rope instead of taking out the Soundbeam Tower that he was halfway through done taking out. He does prevent him from building more, but the Nope Rope is falling down to 1.5 Soundbeam Towers. He does have... What are we looking at here, guys? We got the Condine Portal. The Condor mixed with the Turtle. They're moving in. He's got 400 coal cost, 0 elect cost, 57 armor, and 33 damage. These guys are crazy. What the... No deflect, though. Deflect would have gone crazy for that. Oh, but looks like on the back foot, Dino Roar is moving out. His only defense is a land melee creature. And we see the cavalry, or the aerial assault, coming from XY with these Snapping Turtle Condors. Moving in, ready to take on a fight. They might be looking to take out Papa Delta's Gyrocopter here. Or just looking for a reposition. Looking for a reposition and a regroup with the rest of the gang. We're looking at about 20 to 30 Snapping Turtles moving into your base. That is not a sight you want to see. Especially when you only have 1 Soundbeam Tower at your base. You're finally building anti-air, so he might be able to hold it. But the Nope Rope with lasers can only do so much. Especially when we have this massive horde of Snapping Turtle Condors. That would probably be better with the Raven. Because then you could get Pack Hunter. But then you lose a bit of size. We got the whole squad pulling up to build this generator. Unfortunately, it is probably going to be the first target of XY's Snapping Turtles here. As more of them are being built up and regrouped here. We got the whole squad pulling up. We're all going down to this bottom right expo by the looks of it. He's going to look to take that out and move into the base off of that right flank, as he now knows that he thought their creatures were on the right, but realistically, he's got way more of a defense on this right flank than he does on the left, so you probably could have just kept going on the left. But I mean, just how much armor and HP they got. Oh, the Sonic Boom doing a decent amount of work here, which is actually really good for our boy XY, as his whole force had not yet reached the section that he was aiming for.
Also, I'm not entirely sure why Papa Delta thought it was smart to send his melee creatures into a fight against flyers. That's all I can really comment on that. XY's forces spread, not going to get taken out by sonic booms too easily, and there really isn't much resource gathering on the side of Papa Delta. Since he's lost all of his expos, lost generators, still has that one on the left, still has his lightning rods. But you're seeing all these turtles just come swooping in, and you're knowing for a fact that you're cooked. You are cooked. They are now targeting the lab, switching to the henchmen. Pretty smart there. Probably going to just go straight for the lab. Actually going for the creature chambers now. Those things, that is oppressive. That is oppressive. Targeting the lab directly here. Not even throwing out the lab defense. That is going to be a lab getting blown up by Papa Delta there. Or by XY. So that's going to be a quick 2-0 from XY. And we are going to enter a very quick little break here as we get ready for our next match. I just need to double check to see who we are playing next. So I believe our next match will be sorry, everyone's sending them in different areas, so I get a little bit confused on the order. So we are going to just move on to where is everything? Let's see here, guys. I believe our next match will be Zoe versus Seabass. As we move to the Rex Chance group. Yes, that will be Papa Delta winning the series there. 2-1 in his favor. He has lost the first game and then reverse swept into the next two. Just 1 second here, guys, as I set up. Hello and welcome back, everybody. We are now hopping directly in to our match
There's no
of
telling what evil plans the enemies
Seabass
have afoot, but we can put a
versus
stop to them
Zoe
by
here. We
taking
got
out
game
their
one here
labs.
going in on Soothing Oasis. We're going to see how this one plays out. We got Zoe in the bottom left here going with the 3-hench start. Very standard stuff, as well as a 3-hench start coming in from our boy Seabass at this top right. Shout out to Seabass for giving me the 500-bit donation there. For those of you who are not familiar with how the bit system works on Twitch, that is about $1 US roughly per bit, per 100 bits, not per bit. So there's a roughly $5 donation coming from Seabass. Shout out to my boy. Let's see if he manages to take out this victory in this 2-game series between him and Zoe. So just very standard stuff. We got kind of just henchman spam coming in there. Early sending one henchman out. Probably looking for that geyser on the right there. Might actually be looking for a swimming chamber. Or might be looking for this bottom right coal pile. I never realized how much this 6 coal at this coal pile in the bottom right here. The henchman appears to be swimming towards it. Meanwhile, our boy Seabass just building a few more lightning rods, getting himself set up nicely to move on to getting a setup going. He's got 3 rods, then he's sending 1 out, and has built his generator. We got 3 rods over at the lab of Zoe, a little bit behind. We got level 2 research coming from Zoe. Seabass still not getting level 2 research here, just now proccing it. And it looks like Zoe has sent her henchman down to get this bottom right geyser. Oh, I must have missed it, but Zoe has also already taken this top left expo. Mic's pretty loud. I mean, quiet. Let me take a quick look here. Hello, hello. I have turned it up slightly. Yeah, Zoe's already taken this top right expo. We got Zoe grabbing the generator on the bottom right there as well. Meanwhile, my boy Seabass has built a very standard kind of 4 lightning rods and a generator, 1 expo on the right, but not very aggressive on his end. We got a generator finally getting built up by Zoe, creature chamber on both sides. Advanced research already getting done by Seabass. I'm not sure if I saw Zoe grab it yet or not. But I mean, we already have 2 expos from Zoe essentially, and 1 expo from Seabass. So in terms of expos, Zoe's in the lead, but she doesn't have many hench on these other expos as it took them so long to get there. But it looks like Seabass is actually going to be sending his henchmen over and discovering the fact that Zoe has taken this top left expo. And Seabass is now setting up multiple creature chambers. He's got 1 in lab, setting up 2 in this kind of main choke point you get on Soothing Oasis. And then, yeah, Zoe's already got some level 2s down. You got the Hyena Rams. Got a decent amount of damage, Pack Hunter, quite a bit of HP. Another expo getting built up by Zoe. Quite a bit of expansion from Zoe. Lots of resources getting thrown down. And decent amount of lightning rods. We got the electric generator kind of getting research there, research here, as well as research down here. So a lot of resources on Zoe's portion. Creature chamber getting built up by Zoe here now that she knows that she's been spotted on that expo. Still no hench or research on either end. Zoe's creeping her creatures there. Meanwhile, Seabass is getting his little army going here. You got the Porce Bra and the Skipping Cretin. Or cheating? Skipping cheating. Cheating? Who knows? And looks like Seabass is going to move into kind of your more standard expansions that you would see on Soothing Oasis. Compared to Zoe, which is just kind of throwing everything off and see what sticks. You got Seabass going down to the bottom right expo, going to spot that out. Meanwhile, he moves his creatures into this middle section. Pretty much no creature production coming out from Zoe, but still getting a little bit of creatures here and there from Seabass. He's building mainly the Porcabras, his range unit. Meanwhile, his skipping cheetah. A decent amount of, quite a bit of HP. He's got his genetic amplifier. He's got 4 genetic amplifiers at his lab here to kind of upgrade these guys and get them ready for a full frontal brawl. Meanwhile, Zoe's kind of fortifying her base here, using a decent amount of Copeland resources to build these research clinics, while Seabass continues to build up more of an army, and Zoe's kind of falling behind here in just pure creature production. Doesn't really have much going on the map for her. She's got 5 creatures up at this top left expo, but they're just melee creatures, so they are just kind of sitting up here defending this expo. Not really anything else you can do from there. Almost no henchmen on these coal piles. So despite the fact that she has more expo, I think Seabass is actually picking quite a bit more, as he just has simply more henchmen on the coal piles. And looks like Seabass has made the first move here. I think they might have taken out a henchman here on that expansion. They are now moving to this generator. Zoe is now being placed onto the back foot, is building a sound beam tower at her upper expo there. I think it's safe to say that these guys are not going to get picked up. We got the snapping turtle cobras, an old classic creature. Moving in from this top left expo to try and move down to defend the base, as she now sees the fact that Seabass has this gigantic level 2 army. They are behind on level... They do have level 3s on the side of Zoe, but Seabass has quite a bit of numbers in terms of just how many creatures he's got going for himself here. We got these guys moving into the expo first rather than the lab, but with the amount of forces, he's kind of just sending them all over the place. We got the big fight going on in the lab. We got the spinning cobras coming in from the bottom right as well, likely from a swimmer chamber that Zoe has built up down here on the bottom right, building as much as she can. We got second wave of creatures from Seabass here. We got Chimp being spawned in. I believe that's his level 3. I'm gonna guess it's a monkey. But we're actually seeing the retreat from Seabass's creature, or not even a retreat, a regrouping of his range creepers. And they managed to take out most of the cobras on the side of Zoe. And he is now moving in. Let's take a look at Chimp here. We got this. This is actually not a chimp at all. This is a panther and a Pachysaurus. I'm going to be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed here, Seabass, that this is not a monkey. But kind of looks like a monkey, so I'll give you a pass. We got the skipping cheetahs moving in, taking out these guys. Looks like Zoe's going frantic here. She's building 5 sound beam towers up real quick. Luckily, they're not getting focused down by any of Seabass's creatures here on the micro portion. So he actually Zoe manages to get 2, 3 up, 4 up, and they're not being shut down by Seabass here. So they're actually getting a majority of work done here, taking out the entire assault on the side of Seabass. But Seabass is now building his gross profits, which is a spitting cobra with something that has legs. I do not know what the other creature is, nor do I really care, because it's mainly a spitting cobra that we're looking at. Zoe continues to have her land creatures at this top island. To this day, I'm not entirely sure what the plan is, but is building more of her snapping turtle cobras. In this bottom right expo, potentially looking to push on the aggressive there, but I have a feeling she's just going to kind of turtle up since she's using the snapping turtles. But we got gross profits moving in with a Ram TRX, the Komodo Dragon Grizzly Bear? Yeah, Komodo Dragon Grizzly Bear. Moving up. I'm not a huge fan of how he's clumping his creatures here, Seabass. Could just be me. But I think you would want to see a greater separation between your melees and your ranges, but I could be wrong. But it looks like Seabass is moving up with the gyrocopter. We got level 4 research going on from his side. More henchmen coming out. Zoe's, as they move into this middle expo for the first time of the match. Building up more of these snapping turtle cobras at this top left as well as the bottom right. So it looks like she is going to completely lock in on that as her main strategy. She's got her Pachyosaurus Liguanodon? I don't remember that thing's called, to be honest. Kind of patrolling the area to make sure it's safe. Building a gyrocopter, maybe looking to get some of them off. Seabass's units still kind of just holding this middle portion. We see the assault from Zoe, her first aggressive move of the match besides where she's spawning her top left expo here. But we also seen the Snappy Turtles move in on this right side. Unfortunately, it is going to be slightly poor micro on the side of Zoe here on this push. As only her front line of creatures were actually hitting the generator, as opposed to moving in a little bit more and then beginning the assault. As she moves her creatures in to start taking them out, they do have a fairly tanky front line, but most of her creatures are backing off just to aim for this gyrocopter. That's just slightly out of range. Unfortunate move from Zoe here, as her kind of front line just slowly but quickly gets shredded down. Alright, slowly but quickly doesn't really make sense. Pretty much just quickly gets shut down by the Ram TRX as well as the Gross Profits just moving in. We got level 4s coming out of Seabass now with the Rhino Pister? Rhiny Pister? Looks like it's the Elephant Komodo Dragon. Or some kind of combo with that. We got Moo Pork, who appears to be a Stegosaurus mixed with a... I can't remember what that thing's called right now for some reason. Velvet Worm. Who manages to fend off the assault from Zoe. Zoe has now put most of her creatures on Turtle. We do see a level 4 from Zoe with the Velocawhale. As well as a few other creatures here. We got the Elsmodo, which I believe is the ostrich, and something with a long neck. I could not tell you what. But the level 3 forces of Seabass have moved in, while the level 4s continue to get built up, are now defending against an assault on the right side from just a few of the Snapping Turtle Cobras that Zoe had remaining. We're building more... Oh, no, these are all amphib creatures, except for this guy. So, not that shabby of a placement from those guys, but we are moving in from these ranged creatures with Elsmodo kind of walking up. I don't even think these guys have gotten two attacks off before being killed by this just pure onslaught of Gross Profits from Seabass. But, well, decent amount of sonic damage as we see the Velociraptor Killer Whale moving in here. The Pack Hunter doing a good amount of damage with that upgraded HP, upgraded damage on both sides. Fully upgraded on this creature. Overall, fairly solid. Looks like Zoe's spending a lot of money on research, just using her genetic amplifiers to make sure her creatures are as strong as they possibly could be. But they are going to be facing off against Seabass's full assault at this point. I can't say full properly because he has a bit more of an army building up at his base. But in this choke point, Sonic will reign supreme. Which is probably why both sides are running Sonic in this fight. You got the Velvet Worms going into the Killer Whales. Killer Whales should have the advantage here, but the Deflect has got to be doing quite a bit of numbers, because I believe it does have Deflect. Yes, it does have Deflect there. I'm not entirely sure if Deflect applies onto Sonic attacks or not, but I'm pretty sure it does. Which is probably why Zoe's Killer Whales are just getting absolutely shredded and blown to bits here by the Velvet Worm Stegosaurus, aka Moo Park. Building up more of the Velocawhales and Elsmodos, level 5 research being done from both sides a little bit earlier on Zoe's half. But we are moving in a little bit closer from Seabass's. This is an interesting kind of counter tactic by Zoe to build these sound beam towers up on this ledge here, as she knows they are sonic creatures, so they will not be able to attack it. It'll be interesting to see if Seabass tries to bring something else to the table here. We got Moo Parks being built up more to try and counter this. I wonder if he's going to just move his creatures out of the range of these sound beam towers and move down, because these choke points are choky, but not that big. A quick bramble fence can actually do a decent job here if she manages to just build some choke points with the bramble here. You can potentially just build a whole thing here with a bunch of sound beams that he has to now walk around. Doesn't look like he has any artillery or anything. He's still just full committing to Moo Park, which is a very decent strategy for his side. But if Zoe built some bramble fence and some sound beam towers, there's not a whole lot you can do with just this massive assault of Sonic. You gotta... Not entirely certain if Zoe has recognized this. That while yes, using this ledge here is advantageous, she can easily also counter it with a bramble fence set up. The good old classic bramble fence with sound beam towers. And we know Seabass is bringing in the slim face guy. When we think Seabass, we think of the best person in Turtle. And this right here is exactly why. These guys right here will hold him off quite some time. But the only downside is they have very low aggression, or very low strength when it comes to being aggressive, as they're sonic creatures. So just the simple bramble fence sound beam tower is quite the good counter for it. But let's see what Zoe has to offer in terms of some kind of counterplay here. So she's building a bit more sound beam towers, building her level 5s. We got the Bronchio Anteater, the Bronchiosaurus mixed with the Anteater, and then we also got the Dodo Pops. I can't tell what that is. I think that's a Triceratops mixed with a Dodo bird. An interesting combo. But fairly slow, as well as a fair amount of damage. Again, with all the creatures kind of grouping up here, you want to see some kind of separation from the range and the melees, just so that you make sure the melees are taking the fight. They will naturally do it as the fights progress, but there's not really it's not that great to have them clumped up like this. It causes issues with targeting from both sides. But we got a pretty interesting looking line here, as the Anteaters have a slight bit more range than the Killer Whale Velociraptors, and they're able to kind of get a decent amount of damage if she manages to target it decently. But I think the deflect is just doing too much on top of the sonic range being followed up by the rest of their creatures. It's going to be really rough for her to find a way through this fight. But the Anteaters do have the benefit of doing, just in general, actually they're doing less damage, I believe, because you got 21 damage coming out of Seabass's Slim Face guys compared to the 20 damage coming out of the Bronchia Anteaters. But most of his creatures are playing on the defense here now. They are moving on to the aggressive to see what they can get happen, but it's just a numbers game at this point. We got Seabass's creatures just heavily outnumbering Zoe's. And not much more defense. She's got a bunch of sound beam towers here, so you can kind of hope. And by the looks of it, it does appear that she has upgraded her towers as well. So it'll be interesting to see there. We got more Branchio Anteaters being built as well. We got the Rhine Pister being built up here now, which is that same melee creature from earlier. Still a level 4. It would appear population cap has been reached on the side of Seabass. That is our first time seeing a population cap hit in an official game here. So very interesting from Seabass. It appears he uses all of his Sonic there just to see what the base looked like. And he's now just going on full frontal assault mode here, sending in all of his creatures. They're slowly just taking out the base, just kind of like a wave, really. You know, we still got all these creatures down here at the bottom right from Zoe, as well as a bit more from that top left. Be interesting to see if she decides to go for some kind of last minute flank. It would appear that she has blown Lab, conceding the victory to my boy Seabass. We shall now move on to game 2 of this series, just to see how Zoe decided to adapt, or on the opposite side, how Seabass managed to adapt. In this next game, we are moving to a new map of Deparia 1v1. We got our boys Seabass on the left and Zoe on the right here, both going with a very standard 3-hench start into just building up some more coal there. It'd be interesting to see if either one change up their army, or if they decide to keep going with the initial kind of difference there. Yeah, not too much going on here. We got pretty much the same thing going on both sides. Just maximizing those henchmen, getting everything going up. We got a 5 coal start, so we are going to be building 10 henchmen ideally to get the maximum kind of usage. Seabass building a bit more henchmen than Zoe, so we might have a small second of downtime here. It looks like we got a lab downtime here, guys. Lab downtime here. There's an instant GG on the side of Zoe. She missed 2 seconds on the lab, but we got more henchmen kind of just building up here. You know, just doing their thing. Seabass doing the same kind of thing earlier. He's been kind of sprawling out his lightning rods, going to this generator after he gets his 3rd lightning rod up. Very similar to his build path in the first game. And we got 4 lightning rods getting dropped down by Zoe, and then her henchman actually going on the aggression, potentially looking to take this middle expo that's often contested. Generator getting put up by Seabass before any generator getting built up by Zoe. But Zoe does have the level 2 going, but Seabass already had it going. So Seabass at a much stronger early start here. But Zoe kind of taking the lead on the early aggression by pushing into this middle expo before anything else. Both sides finishing up level 2. Seabass slightly earlier than Zoe, but Zoe's not too worried about it. She's now pivoting to advanced structures research. I think Zoe sent her henchmen to go scout the top half of the map. I did not see that earlier, but we have more henchmen spawning in. On her side, Seabass doing a very standard kind of start. Seeing early hit points and melee attack coming in from Seabass's genetic amplifiers. Will be interesting to see where those kind of amplifications get dropped on. Most likely on Hedorori, Hot Rod right here, who would be, I believe that's an ant lobster. 25 damage. Barrier destroy. Level 2. Digging, regen, colony. But this is a very expensive unit for how... I mean, it does a lot of damage though, so you can't really complain. I mean, this thing's just looking OP. We got 3 creature chambers getting spawned up. We got Lobstazella. I think... I don't want to zoom in, but I gotta zoom in and see what that is. Yeah, that's a gazelle. So we got the gazelle lobsters. Interesting how both sides start with a barrier destroy creature. Oh, the ants are actually on the move through this top side of the map here. There's a lot of space there. Not many people actually go up into that upper half, just because there's no real reason to, because this map is designed, I believe, as a 2v2 or 3v3. At least initially. But these ants are moving in. And we got no defenses at the lab besides the henchmen from Zoe. They haven't moved in all the way. We got Pack Hunter coming in. What are these guys here now? Oh, we got the classic Porcabellas. as well as the skipping cheetahs. So these guys are his kind of full frontal assault unit. Meanwhile, he's building up his standard units at his lab. Building up more of these guys. Got the defense going up. You know he's upgrading the defense on these skipping cheetahs. Zoe's got her Zobstellas. Zoe's also going for a third expansion. A fourth expansion. Before really fortifying much. And then we see the lobsters moving in. The lobster ants moving in on the side of Seabass. Quickly targeting the... Not able to get enough damage just because of all the henchmen gathering around it. Oh, are they going to target it now? We're going to see them go into digging and crawl out as the lobster Zellas have arrived there. That's one of the benefits of having them with the Gazelle, is their movement speed is fairly good. But the digging movement speed is a little bit better. A little bit better. Oh, we got the Manatee Cheetah. The Man-O-War Cheetahs spawning here. High speed. But then we got the Lioness... The Lioness Electric Eel, which apparently was originally the Snapping Turtle Electric Eel. But level 3 research down on both sides, I think. Might still only be level 2 research on the side of Seabass, but he's got these guys going, so you gotta think he's building his level 3s already. If not, just the anteaters. But we got the ants in the back here, just kind of causing problems. Zoe taking over the majority of the map, pushing in a little bit more, while Seabass, this is exactly why I call him the King of Turtle right here. Bro's already got an army the size of everything you could possibly have at his lab, while he's taking out your expos with these new hot rod creatures that I haven't seen him use before, but I'm quite intrigued. Quite intrigued. He's now got his whole army on the aggressive, pushing through the middle here. And then on the back foot, you got these ants taking out another expo. While Zoe's focused heavily on this fight, heavily at this middle expo, her other expos are quickly getting taken out just due to the barrier destroy and amount of high damage from these ants. They now enter digging, which they will not be able to target them because they don't have any form of keen sense at this time. Zoe is just quickly getting her whole economy is getting taken down. You got no henchmen at this middle expo. You got no henchmen at the bottom expo, and this other expo is completely gone. Same with this other one. It is now fully on my boy Seabass to just go on the aggression with the creatures that he's got and just kind of make the moves. Taking out the Soundbeam Tower at the base, her only line of defense. She spawns in the Snappy Turtle Eel, which is actually just a lioness eel. Or just a lion eel, I don't know. But they're just getting taken out. The amount of damage on these ants is just ridiculous. Only downside is they don't got Frenzy. But with how much damage you got, you don't need Frenzy. They are getting taken out eventually by the level 3s, which only makes sense. The level 3s backed up by the Lobster Gazelles, who are just getting absolutely shredded by the ranged forces of Seabass. Seabass manages to take over basically the entire map. While we were watching that kind of lab assault on the side of Zoe, she gets this expo back up and is quickly spotted by Seabass, who is now regrouping his creatures to finish targeting this expo to force Zoe into a corner of her own lab. She just got that generator up. She is still sending... Oh, she's now building a creature chamber on the opposite side on the upper side of the map, and is building some Manatee Cheetahs, as well as some of her kind of lioness turtles, or that's got to be just a lion. Yeah, I think it's just a lion, but they're just kind of getting overwhelmed realistically. Like, there's not much they can do at this point. And you don't get as much speed with the cheetah when you have it mixed with such a big creature, because that'd be a little crazy. And it looks like Zoe has blown her lab, and that's another defeat and another victory, or our first victory from Seabass, as we have not seen his match with Spider, mostly because he has not played it. because Spider has abandoned the tournament, unfortunately. Let us see if we have any more matches from the Rex Chance group here. I am scrolling. Just bear with me, guys. I believe we have essentially our week 1 matchup between Seabass and Spider, but it is actually between Seabass and Winnie. So just give me 1 minute as I get that ready. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's hop right into our next match here of Seabass versus Winning here. We got Depario 1v1 for game 1. We got a standard 3 hench start from Seabass, but it looks like a full hench start on the side of Winning. Actually, he is just doing a late lightning rod start. Interesting to see how that plays out. And yeah, we got more hench getting spawned in here. Another lightning rod going down by Winning. Seems like he sends the majority of his henchmen just straight to the coal pile, then sends, I think he's got 2 henchmen going on these lightning rods. After they've gathered a bit of coal here. Just more henchmen spawning in from Seabass. Very standard kind of stuff. Winning looking for an early expansion after getting 2 lightning rods down with those 2 henchmen. Moving down to this lower one, sending 1 henchman back. Bit of waste time there potentially, but I'm not entirely sure what the plan is here. They're actually just gathering coal from that expo. Level 2 research coming in early from Winning. And now building the workshop on the lower half there. Falling behind on Alec slightly, but at the benefit of already having his first expo up compared to Seabass here, which is kind of just maintaining the very standard start. Just now building his expo, Winning finishing his level 2 research. Level 2 research slowly following right behind. On the side of Seabass, Creature it looks like Winning's just got a little bit of a leg up in terms of getting stuff down, but they're actually doing the same build order for the most part. Seabass moving up to this expo, up at this right corner here. Meanwhile, Winning focusing his forces on this bottom left expo, sending out this Ugabra. Not entirely certain what it is combined of. Some kind of spider or beetle. Mixed with the zebra. Moving in to take out the hot rod yet again. Hot rod coming out of Seabass. Quickly fending off the creatures of Winning. We got the skipping, cheating. Kind of pushing them out, but they're very fast creatures, especially with the charge attack there. But Winning's creatures kind of regrouping into that hurting bonus didn't really take any damage. In fact, didn't take any damage at all. The zebra spider, another zebra combo. A lot of kind of hurting creatures on the side of Winning right now. We do got a bit of hurting from Seabass as well. Seabass expanding to that secondary kind of expo on the bottom right. Meanwhile, we got the second expo getting built up by Winning in the bottom middle. Not really prioritized often, so probably will go unnoticed, but his creatures just kind of moving in on Seabass's lab here, shoving Seabass's creatures back. Seabass's creatures now moving their melees into the range. Very good micro right here. But not able to take him out. Winning is able to kind of back off quickly there. Winning throwing his henchmen into the fight. Potentially, let's see what they're going to do here. We got the artillery with the... This guy just loves the zebra. Is the zebra mixed with that one flying artillery guy. And he's just building sound beam towers right outside of his base. Real kind of oppressive play from Winning. As I mean, in these earlier levels, it's super hard to deal with the sound beam towers, especially if you get a bunch set up early. Like he's got 4 sound beam towers. So unless you got immunity, there's not a whole lot you can do. Immunity, barrier destroy, some kind of artillery. Not much you can do on Seabass's side here. When you just get kind of that early kind of go. You got the artillery taking out the hench line as well, targeting his resource gathering potential. And it looks like you got more Ugabras pulling up.
to back up the Zebra Riders, as well as the kind of Zebra Geller. And 3 creature chambers getting built up right outside Seabass's lab. 3 creature chambers as a response from Seabass at his lab. But they're going to move on to this bottom expo, spotting it with some of the range there. The artillery actually potentially taking out most of Seabass's melee creatures, but at this point you don't care because you're just moving in with the artillery. You got the sound beam towers, you got the art, you got some melee creatures. You're really happy as winning here. Seabass is moving his creatures in. This is the great divide that I liked. I was mentioning it earlier. He's got his rain creatures behind the melee creatures. Good movement here from him. But unfortunately, I think he's just going to get outnumbered. I think the early aggression from winning with these 3 creature chambers into the sound beam towers is just too oppressive for Seabass here. Seabass starts to lose most of his resource gathering, and winning just has access to the entire 2/3 of the map. Pretty much everything except for Seabass's lab. So very oppressive and quick start. This is the biggest level 3 I have ever seen. The Moose Mantis Shrimp, or the Manowar Mantis Shrimp, I think. No, I honestly don't know what that is. I know it's the Manowar, but I don't know what the other creature is. Oh, it looks like we got some level 3's Velocitine Cobras. Velociraptor Cobras, getting the Pack Hunter, getting 7 damage. It's not a whole lot of damage, but when you have a front tank like at level 3 with 600 HP, you're not too worried about it. Especially with these guys with Pack Hunter and Frenzy. Very good combos from winning here. Evil pretty much just tearing Seabass apart. Completely different kind of games from the last games. His artillery taking out his henchman line as well, while the Zebras just take out any kind of defense he's got in terms of creatures. And they're still just barely getting through the health on these big boys. I'm just gonna call them big boys because I don't know what they're called. But like, it's not looking like there's much you can do on the side of Seabass. Seabass actually takes this bottom right expo, not really too worried of winning, but looks like he is gonna blow lab. Which honestly, at the point in the game that you were, that makes complete total sense. We are going to move on to our second match here for this series of Soothing Oasis.
After we take out the enemy labs,
We got Seabass in the bottom left. And we got Winning in the top right here for this game. This map, bigger map, so maybe we're going to see a little bit longer game. But we'll see. Standard start on his side. Standard start on his side as well. But yeah, see how these two play the early game in this map now that they know that they have a bit more time. Since we do know Seabass is a bit of a turtler, and it would appear Winning is a bit of a rusher, or at least a little bit more early aggression on his side, with a lot of early diverse kind of creatures. We got 2 level 2s, I believe. It's kind of just regular henchman spam on both sides right now. Nothing too complicated. Or actually, literally nothing complicated. They're just spamming henchmen.
Ready, boss.
Looks like Winning is moving to the expo first. Sending 1 henchman to start on that. Seabass sends 1 henchman to start a second lightning rod, and is now building his 3rd lightning rod. Meanwhile, our guy Winning up here, still just building henchmen in that workshop. Bit more elect focus on the side of Seabass. Overall, neither one's kind of making the first move here in terms of aggressively playing the map. They're both kind of playing to their own safety, Seabass probably hoping for a bit more of a scale, sending 4 henchmen to get this upper expo. Quite a bit more coal's got to be already on the horizon for winning here. He's got level 2 research. Doesn't have any creature chambers yet, so we're not expecting to see anything of a rush. We got 2 creature chambers getting built up by Seabass. 2 creature chambers at the expo getting built up by winning. Interesting how, yet again, they're on almost the exact same build order at different speeds. Both built 1 expo, built the Gyra, built 2 creature chambers right at each other, but the order of which they did it was slightly variant, giving winning the advantage in first kind of creature production. We got 5 genetic amplifiers before a single creature has been queued on the side of Seabass. Meanwhile, we got... Well, they're just kind of running the map. We got the Lemming Wolves. The Overpop Classic. You got the Pack Hunter plus Overpop. That goes crazy. We finally got some creatures here on the side of Seabass. You got the Porcabra. Pulling up there. I believe that's the Blue-tongued Skink. And maybe a baboon. Probably a baboon. But the Lemming Wolves have moved into this expo, preventing any from further expansion from Seabass. Winning taking the Geyser at this bottom right expo. We got 2 research clinics getting built up by winning. Still hasn't sent a single upgrade to his generator, but he is now working on level 3 research. And our boy Seabass is working on advanced research. Just kind of general expansion from winning here on multiple fronts here. You got the bottom expo going, you got the middle expo, the far one, leaving this close one to kind of prevent any expansion from the side of Seabass. We got some more creatures up here. You got the Wardguard Skink. Decent little range creature there, not probably the Blue Tongue as well. And then you got the Cheetah. So exact same creatures that we always see from Seabass, but he's got his one army that he runs. You can't knock him on that. He runs it, and he runs it well. But we already seen the Overpop move in to even the secondary generator, or the second closest generator that he could. But Seabass is actually moved to that upper expo, taking that top left generator as well as the expo there. Just kind of holding his lab fairly easily, as winning just hasn't made the aggressive move yet. Is building up some level 3s here with the Lobster Ostrich. Very strong creature there with regen and barrier destroy, so it's going to be very good to take out any kind of structures that Seabass sets up. Seabass just building some more creature chambers here. You know his creature is going to be upgraded because he's got his 5 genetic amplifiers going, and they're doing overdue. They're well overdue for some upgrades. Doing a bit more, spending a lot of resources on the upgrades. When at this point he's already outnumbered on creatures. So, I'd probably want to see more creatures before more upgrades. But he could be just doing what he can as he waits for the generation of time. But he's upgrading literally everything on them, so that's a lot of resources that he could have gone to just generating more force here. So he could have put a bit more focus on just the ability. And then, looks like our first skirmish going down, easily wiping the creatures of winning. I mean, they are just wolf lemmings, so they are fairly low. We got the Lion Riders getting spawned in here, same spider as last game. And his Lobster Ostriches are hiding from the side, coming in for the side flank, going to be able to go directly onto the ranged creatures of Seabass here. But Seabass is microing his creatures quite well. He is focusing on each individual ostrich, but he is now kind of parted off of that and is now getting quickly wiped out by the growing numerous forces on the side of winning, as we now see the gross profits, the spitting cobra mixed with something classic from Seabass and Ram RTX there to back it up as per usual. But we got all the melee creatures behind the ranged creatures. Come on, Seabass, you gotta be locking in here. Make sure I have unmuted my stream. Or unmuted myself. So 1 second here. Yes, I have. Good. Yeah, so both kind of armies just sitting out of range of the other. And it looks like we are going to be seeing quite a bit of flying chambers getting built up. We got the grizzly bear shark. Great white shark being spawned in. Level 4 research done from winning already. Level 5 on the queue. I don't even think Seabass has level 4 yet. And we got level 5 coming out from winning here. That is to see if he survives these sharks. Because I don't think he's going to be. He's got a bunch of level 2s, some level 3s. They are range versus melee, so there is some hope there. As we do got a fair bit of kind of frontline from Seabass with these Komodo Dragon Wolverines. Able to take out the Grizzly Bear Sharks pretty easily, to be honest. Just the poison touch mixed with the amount of range damage you got going on, it's just going to be hard for him to match. All these flyer chambers getting taken down. Not really contested. We are going to move into the main expo here, and he took out some of these Grizzly Bear Sharks earlier. Manages to continue taking them. Just 1 second here, guys. For some reason, my stream has stopped. I'm just going to refresh it and hope that it works. Just 1 second here, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, it is for some reason still not picking up the game, so I am going to display capture. Okay, so we got the forces of Seabass retreating from the forces of winning here. They're pushing in and out as we do. Kind of playing chickeness to see who can go on. But the range, this is essentially just kiting on the side of Seabass here. Shout out to whoever just gave me the follow there. Thank you. And we got Seabass's units kind of just pushing in, but the artillery doing a decent amount of damage with the whatever that thing is called. The Parasaur Glider. Parasaur Geller. Moving in a bit more, I mean, they're just kind of getting torn to shreds realistically by these Cobras. Not being able to get enough damage off in time, but we got the level 5 Owl Beetles pulling up. And not oh, we are actually slightly turned. Lots of creatures getting the Moon Pork. It's funny. In the level 4, I believe that's the... Yes, that is the Stegosaurus mixed with... I forgot what that thing's called. The Velvet Worm. And again, to try and fend off some of these flyers. Not sure if a counter or if just his level 4 range, but it is going to be beneficial in this upcoming fight against the flyers, as everyone knows Sonic is really strong against flyers just because of the AoE damage. And then we got the Ugasaurus, which is some kind of beetle and a dinosaur. Not sure which beetle or which bug, but pretty solid. Seabass is Moopark, kind of building up a little army here to try and fend those guys off. They are upgraded on range and HP as of yet, as well as armor. So that is going to be good, as they will have the deflect, as well as the horns, which will be beneficial into these flyers with a decent amount of HP as well as armor. It could be pretty beneficial. The Ram TRX actually almost takes out that generator, but just not quite, before getting overwhelmed by Winning's creatures here. Winning's creatures are now moving towards Seabass's top left expo, as it has been made aware by Winning that it was there. Winning's flyers kind of taking whatever routes he can. We got a lot of anti-air set up at the base of Seabass. We got hot rods building up here. He is going to be looking for kind of a rush here, but he is going to get early spotted. He is getting spotted because these creatures are not in dig just yet, so he is spotted by the level 5 flyers, and they are just one-tapping each one of them one by one, kind of taking them out. Meanwhile, you got the Velvet Worms fighting off those level 5s, doing a fairly good job about it. But unfortunately, it looks like the lab is already being... Well, not the lab, but his general lab is being pointed out and struck. Seabass is now moving in a little bit here with his creatures. We do got the hot rods moving in. The only downside to this right here is if he uses one sound beat tower, you won't see it, or if he's got keen sense on anybody, he will see them coming. We'll see what Seabass decides to target with these guys, as he is going completely undetected on the map as of right now. Whether he just goes for his lightning rods and henchmen at his lab, or if he goes for this kind of expo on the right here. But honestly, if he gets caught out by one of these level 5s, it's going to be really rough for him. Because, I mean, these guys do 53 damage. Bro's only got 88 HP. Bro's not making it out. Oh, it looks like we are positioning to go just straight for the lab. I think we are going to target... What are we going to target here? Seabass. What are we thinking? Right now, we're thinking we're on the back foot. He's going to move them all to the top right there and move these guys out of the fight to try and bring them closer to this choke point where they can use the Sonic to its maximum capacity. But it's kind of just positioning on both sides. I'm not sure what that green thing that I'm seeing is. Might be the deflect. But overall, good defense on the side of Seabass here. Managing to kind of hold his own strong. His front line is getting kind of torn to shreds a bit, though. And we are going to see some level 4 Rhino Shrimps. So, Rhinoceros Pistol Shrimps. Kind of here to back up the front line of Winning. But Seabass's creatures are moving in. Meanwhile, we got the Flying Assault coming in from the bottom there. We got more ants coming out from Seabass. And the Flying Assault has made their move. Directly gets targeted by Seabass. Good move on Seabass, but I think they're just doing more damage than they can withstand. I don't think they have the damage to take out these flyers in enough time. But we do got enough anti-airs, but after taking out all those Stegosauruses, there's no defense on the side of Seabass. He's got a bunch coming in. A little bit of a unit started here, but I I don't know. I just don't think it's going to be enough. He's going to move them back to this bottom left corner, hopefully bring the Flyers into the anti-airs. He's got to have Sonic Boom by this point, so he's got to be waiting for them to clump up a little bit more. But they are just taking him out single-handedly. He's got really good targeting on Winnie's side. He's targeting each one individually with the entire group of Flyers. This is quickly evaporating the anti-airs from the side of Seabass. Doesn't appear that he's got Sonic Boom yet, or else he probably would have used it. And they are just shredding through these anti-airs. Meanwhile, the rest of Seabass's creatures are just getting obliterated by these level 5s. Seabass is he just can't handle the level 5s with only level 4s right now. Meanwhile, you got the Rhino Pistol Shrimp moving in to back up even more. And it's just going to be rough from Seabass. Like, there's not really much a counterplay that you can have at this point. And it is going to be winning, moving in for the win. We're still building level 4s. We've got 2 level 4s into a whole army here. Kind of last-ditch efforts to try and survive. He's got the Rhino Pisters coming in. But they're just getting popped pretty much right as they come out. Took less than 3 hits from all of these range creatures to take out your 1 melee. And it's just not looking good. You're getting fully pushed onto your lab here. Now you're going to be taken out. You got no henchman spawning. You got nothing going on. I'm expecting a blown lab in a few seconds here. But, yeah, can't forget about the ants. But unfortunately, due to the fun time that is lab defense and the fact that you are being fended off by 4 creatures, this will not work in your favor compared to what's going on right here. Overall, fairly close. Closer than game 1. We'll put it closer than game 1. A little rough, but closer than game 1. We'll leave it there for that. And Seabass's lab just getting slowly but surely torn to shreds. Yeah. But we do got a few more ants left here on the side of Seabass. Seabass is doing what you shall do on a good day. And not giving up. Gotta respect that from Seabass here. But at this point, they're going to blow your lab through lab defense. You may have lab defense going, but you have 500 HP left on it, and you're dropping 100 HP pretty much within 10 seconds. And that is going to be his lab destroyed. An excellent game from Winning, and a really rough go from Seabass here. But let's take a look and see what we are looking at for our next match. I believe we still have a Sproob match, but I don't know if Sproob's played his match yet this week. I shall switch it to Alright, guys, we are now moving on to the next match here. Starting off with some good old-fashioned
We need to take out all
Dapario
enemy
1v1.
labs. Let's
We
get
got
to
our
it.
match of Skitter versus Black Tiger 3. Starting up here, we got Skitter on the right, Black Tiger 3 on the left. Let's see how this one plays out. We got a standard 3-hench start on both sides. And it's somewhat interesting to see, but not overly, as we see the lightning rod from Black Tiger being right next to the lab, and the lightning rod from Skitter being placed to the side of the lab just slightly. It's interesting to see if that means anything. What that could mean is that we can build some sound beams behind these guys, but not behind these guys, unless he decides to just go with like a L shape, like an L block from Tetris, but we will see how that plays out. Overall, very standard stuff from both sides, exactly what you expect to see from players in this upper bracket. We're now hopping into the Upton Julius bracket as Sproob and I can't remember his name. He starts with an E, Esterax or something. I'm not entirely certain. The Frenchman himself, Sproob, has not played his match as of yet. But Skitter getting his 4 lightning rods down. We got a henchman convoy going out. We got 2 squads of 2 from Black Tiger. Be interesting if he gets them to go to the same spot or if they gets them to go to 2 different ones. But the rest of the lightning rods getting built up here. This side of Black Tiger 3 and Skitter building up all 4. Got his first expo getting dropped down, but we are looking like his 2 henchmen are building a creature chamber. The other 2 are building the workshop, getting a level 2 early on both sides. But moving into the more aggressive position is Black Tiger 3. It'll be interesting to see if we have any benefit from that on his end. We got the Rat Camel, very classic creature from the League of Pets army. And then we got the Wasamel from Skitter as his, I guess, primary defense with Assassinate. And Skitter with Infection with some Termite Lemmings. Interesting combo there with the Termite Lemmings, as they are able to pop out very quickly and then send them over for some infestation. Black Tiger 3 moving his creatures to this bottom right corner, ready to kind of, I guess, almost pincer. The Keen Sense is going to spot the digging, allowing the Electric Eel Gazelles to get a decent amount of damage off on them. And it looks like the one rat is actually going to follow them all the way through, and it's going to prevent much infestation from accomplishing much. Skitter not quite recognizing that his creatures have gone there yet, or might be some kind of passive around that. But the Zebra Anteaters from Skitter fend off any kind of offense from Black Tiger 3, as most of his creatures were put onto that defense there. The Electric Eels moving into this Electric Generator from Skitter. Skitter is abandoning it midway through the build to try and get his henchmen away. Yeah, it looks like Skitter's gonna kind of get put pretty quickly on the back foot here. We're gonna see how these Anteater Zebras handle the Electric Eel Gazelles. They are gonna target those henchmen real quick here. We got the Wasamel pushing in a bit, targeting this rat on the back end with the Plague. But it looks like Skitter's going to be on a full retreat mode, as the just numbers from Black Tiger 3 here doing him kind of justice, able to take kind of the full aggression of most of Skitter's creatures, as they just don't have the damage they need to take out this front line. 200 HP on the Rat Camel with 6 damage plus Plague. He does manage to hold the defense, so fairly solid from Skitter here, but looks like Black Tiger is just kind of attacking from all fronts, while also expanding his base. just really solid work from him. Not grabbing this geyser here, but doesn't really need it when he's preventing pretty much any geyser take from Skitter. Skitter's now moving into this one geyser for the Elec here. And actually on the full aggressive with his Zebra Anteaters. Trying to build up a sound beam tower that looks like it. But with the direct targeting on these Anteaters, you gotta wonder if Skitter's just gonna start targeting. He's targeting the Hench to try and prevent him from building more sound beams. But we're already moving on to level 3 with the Elephanthier. Elephant Tamphir? I can't remember what the thing's called. From Black Tiger 3, but it's kind of getting just absolutely shredded by these Anteaters. I mean, they do got 8 damage for a level 2. That is quite high for a ranged attack. Unupgraded, no less. He's now moving in to take out these henchmen. Is quickly hit by some chemical artillery and is backing off a bit in terms of positioning. It's looking fairly rough for Black Tiger 3 as Skitter's able to just kind of push directly into this. Not quite what we were expecting from that opening from Black Tiger 3 to get put on the back foot after a really solid defense from the side of Skitter here. Skitter's now moving his creatures in to take out these generators. For some reason, he's only got 2 of them attacking it, and the rest are standing right next to it. Very peculiar, but not likely intentional. Black Tiger 3's middle expo getting taken out real quick. We got 2... Looks like we got the Bombardier Hyenas. Skitter is actually moving on to this expo in the mid here. Which seems to be where Black Tiger 3 was hoping to get most of his fortification, but he's only got these Bombardier Beetles to defend. They have a pretty slow attack speed and not a high damage output, but they are now grabbing the Pack Hunter, so hoping to get enough damage out to keep himself alive. But these Zebra Anteaters are just coming in on the flank. He only got 6 creatures compared to his whole army. There's not a whole lot you can do here as Black Tiger 3. Looks like he's going to be put under the back foot. The Bombardier Beetles mixed with the Hyena. Not going to hold off well enough to make it last for my boy Black Tiger 3. Actually, some moves might be being made, but Skitter's melee level 2s have actually come in with a high damage here. He's got 15 damage on these melee level 2s. Or he's got 10 damage on the melee level 2s that are able to take out the tanks. Oh, looks like we got a Porcupine Hyena. Oh, no, a Porcupine Lioness moving in to back him up. We got the Pack Hunter going there with the 5 of them there, I believe. Actually, just completely shredding through Black Tiger 3's kind of expo here. Built a creature chamber at his lab as well as a few level 2s to kind of hold off there, but he's not really expanding inward to kind of fortify his defense while Skitter manages to take the game. Black Tiger 3 fully accepting defeat in this first match. Not what we expected to see in this series as we move on to game 2 between Black Tiger 3 and Skitter. I believe we are looking at the Walheim 1v1 match. And I've been please waited. Looks like we are going to have to relaunch the game here. Just give me one moment. We are going to hop into a very quick break while we get ourselves ready for match 2.
Just so you know.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We have back on this 1v1 Walheim map, fully built up on the left side here. We have a guest on the desk here. We actually have Scuds Game stepping in for a bit of assistance on the casting side. Scuds, why don't you say hi to the stream here?
Howdy, folks. Y'all ready for this next match?
Yeah,
'Cause I sure am.
we got Black Tiger 3 starting off with very standard 3 henchmen, one lightning rod start, and then on this top side, we got Skitter. Kind of both doing the basics start here, neither one kind of varying off of what's standard. Just maximizing their output on this coal pile on both sides. Yeah. So, Scuds, we are just coming off of Black Tiger 3 losing game 1. We are looking at game 2 here between him and Skitter.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so...
Well, as of right now, it's looking like a pretty typical start. Nothing too crazy. But we'll see what happens in the next few minutes here, I guess.
First lightning rod getting... Or second lightning rod getting built up by both sides here. Yeah, nothing too crazy going on. No one's sending henchmen out yet. We got 3 getting built up on both sides. Henchmen still getting spammed. On both labs as well. Black Tiger 3 pausing for a second here, starting off that level 2 research. Let's see how quickly behind Skitter. Skitter's going to actually opt into building one more henchman. Actually decides to delete those henchmen in his queue and go towards the research, but we do have a bit of a lead just in terms of pure timing from Black Tiger 3. But we are already starting that the first expo on the side of Skitter. So a bit earlier research from Black Tiger, but a bit earlier expansion from Skitter here.
Yeah, we'll definitely see how that plays out in the later game.
Yeah.
By making these beginning moves.
Yeah. Skitter is starting off with his closer expo compared to Black Tiger 3 moving in on this left contested expo, who is now rushing his termite rats to hopefully look for early aggression with some invading. Meanwhile, we got the termite lemmings both busting out a termite looking for some kind of infestation, and it looks like they're going to go mostly undetected on both sides, but these termites are going to do a lot of damage as they can get into that lab and do damage without being able to be struck down. But we are actually backing them up with the... I think that's a Velociraptor beetle of some sort. Be interesting to see if he sends these infestations into the lab or if he sends them towards the lightning rods. They are positioned right now to go into the lab, but we got the infestations on from Skitter also pushing forward. And it looks like the infestations are going into both the lab and the lightning rods. We got the Velociraptors just clearing out around here. Completely taking them out. Just ton of creatures on the side of Black Tiger 3 pushing in. But Skitter is quick to respond with his creatures being built up here. But you're wondering if their forces are going to be able to do it. Black Tiger 3 takes out most of the lightning rods on Skitter's side. And going to be really negative effect on the economy of Skitter. Meanwhile, you're not even seeing much happen on the side of Skitter's offense. Skitter is moving.
That was a really smart move.
Yeah, but some sound beam towers getting built up by Black Tiger 3 right outside the base of Skitter. A little bit disrespectful, if I'm going to be honest here. Completely preventing any kind of defense from low HP creatures from Skitter. And you know he's got low HP creatures as he's already sent a few to your lab. Manages to take out 1 lightning rod compared to taking out 4 on the side of Black Tiger 3. Black Tiger 3 just taking out his lab in a complete rush. We're looking at the quickest game of the tournament thus far, but the 6-minute game from Black Tiger 3 for the reversal, pushing it to a game 3. What do we think about that game, that match there, Scuds Games?
That was a quick one. That was fast. You made a sly move on him.
That was quite a bit faster than we were expecting.
Yeah,
quite a bit faster.
The sneaky push was a good move right off the start there. I was quite impressed by that.
All right, well, let's hop into game 3 here between Skitter and Black Tiger 3. I believe we got the Fervor game going in.
We need to take out all enemy labs.
Okay,
Let's get
standard 3 spot. We're starting on Fervor. We got Black Tiger 3 up on the top side and Skitter on the bottom side here. Overall, just kind of both going for that standard 3 henchman start. We're going to see if we see that rush that we just saw from Black Tiger 3 on that last match. Given it is a different map, a little bit more... I mean, they're about the same size vertically, but a lot less going on between the two labs, but less of a direct assault. What are you thinking of Skitter's odd for the bounce back here, Scuds?
You know, in my professional opinion, it's currently quite low after seeing what the previous matches were like. But you never know.
To take
It could be a
look
miracle.
at the settings, terrain details, shadow details, full blow. See if that looks any better for you guys. Yeah, so just a little bit of an early expansion here with the lightning rods. Both sides kind of doing it decently well. More henchmen going on the lightning rods on Skitter's side. I think, all right, no, they're actually dead even. Both going 3 there, then putting the rest of them into the lab. Early level 2 research coming from Black Tiger 3 yet again. One more henchman getting built up before the level 2 research on the side of Skitter. Knowing that Black Tiger 3 rushed as he did in this last match, we gotta be worried for Skitter's defense if he's going to be able to withstand that, just the sheer amount of creatures that Black Tiger 3 pulled out of that one, starting off with the creature chamber on the expansion. Meanwhile, starting off with a workshop for Skitter. But Skitter is quickly behind with level 2, but doesn't get the first creature chamber down. Will be interesting to see what Black Tiger 3 aims to start off with.
Yeah, definitely after the last round, you know, I think Skitter might have a bit more of a different attack plan on this game.
So he's pulling out the Poison Frog Zebra, which is a herding creature. So if he can get 4 down before the initial assault from Black Tiger, he might be able to do something here. But they do got Quill Burst, Charge Attack, and Disorienting Barbs. But that Soundbeam Tower is activating the slow, which is going to be pretty big work from Skitter. So it's going to kind of hold off the offense of Black Tiger 3 for real. But they did get a lot of damage off onto that one Poison Frog Zebra. But this allows Black Tiger 3 to push for that mid geyser, which you gotta be a little sad on the side of Skitter here, because now you're being forced to expand downwards away from the offense, which might be good for him if he's looking to play a more defensive game.
Definitely. If I was Skitter at this point, I would be taking a defensive position 100%.
I would have to agree. But looks like the creatures are just moving in with the Quill Burst bursting, pretty much getting most of his creatures down. But we got 4 more creatures coming in from Black Tiger with the spinning Cobra. With some kind of spider. 7 range damage. You got 3 Soundbeam Towers being built up there. It's going to be rough for him. It's going to be rough for Skitter. He's getting pushed in real hard here. And it's kind of Soundbeam Towers against Soundbeam Towers at this point. But Black Tiger is just being ruthless with this. Just building Soundbeams closer and closer. And then he's matching it with another level 2. I think we've seen 3 or 4 level 2s out of Black Tiger 3 here, and one of them is a low-cost artillery unit. Which, if we're going to be fighting Soundbeam Tower to Soundbeam Tower, Scuds, I'm not liking the odds of Skitter here getting hit by all these rocks, just taking out his towers.
Definitely. There's not much defense going on there right now. And with the consistent advancement in pushing up, I don't see the likelihood of...
Yeah.
Yep, there we go.
All we can really hope for from Skitter here is that he starts building some creature chambers on this lower half of the map, and hopefully see some melee units get built up here to try and kind of fend off all these artilleries. Because this artillery is doing way too much work to Skitter's defense. So if we are not going to match that with some kind of melee, we can expect him to get wiped. But we got that creature chamber getting put in at that lower thing. It is very quickly spotted by Black Tiger 3, sending his own henchman as a bit of a scout. Building up a creature chamber there. Still no creature being spawned from this creature chamber.
You better get on building creatures as soon as possible. He needs to build a nice defense line.
We are
for
building
further
up the grizzly bear porcupine to try and handle this defense. I believe that will be a level 3. Level 3 versus another level 2 from Black Tiger 3. Interesting to see if he is currently working on level 3 research. He's building more soundbeam towers right at Skitter's expo yet again, refusing to let him put up a defense at his expo, and he has blown his lab.
Oh no!
Skitter has blown his lab. We are seeing a forfeit in game 3 here. Just absolutely oppressive gameplay from Black Tiger 3.
It was majorly on the attack. That was quite impressive, if I do say so myself.
I would have to agree with you, Scuds, here. I'd have to agree. But we are going to hop into a quick pause as we get ready for our next match of the night, which I believe is going to be Gray versus Girthquake. How do you feel about that match, Scuds? How are you feeling about coming into that?
This is going to be a crazy match. I'm excited for this.
I personally have
That's
got to
all I
say,
can
I'm
say.
also excited here. I'm
This is
also
gonna be
quite
a
excited. We are looking at
Pretty wild matchup.
two people who've played a lot against each other.
Yes, definitely. They're definitely great rivals for each other. Would you agree?
I would have to agree. I've heard nothing but stories about this rivalry. Nothing but good stories about them.
It's gonna be an exciting one, guys. Hope you all stay around and are enjoying the stream. My boy Slap-Based Games over here is just absolutely crushing it. And yeah, just hold on for a minute and we'll get back into it.
Yeah, just give us 1 minute here. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are now hopping into the Sergeant Girthquake versus Gray games. This should be some fun matches. We got Gray on the right, going with a typical 3-hench start, and Girthquake on the left here, also going with a 3-hench start. Yeah, overall, pretty standard stuff. I know Gray actually was one of the big people who influenced how much better Girth got at the game here, as once Girth started playing online, Gray was one of his big opponents that he had to deal with. This should be some interesting matches to watch. Girthquake getting a bunch of hench down. Same with Gray. Will be interesting to see who makes the first move in terms of early game aggression. What do you think about this matchup?
I personally think it's going to be a rowdy one. I think they're both giving it their all right now, and they are ready to rumble, honestly.
I think so too. I'm excited to see... I'm excited to see the creature names that we're going to see here. Because I know my boy, Girthquake, he's got some interesting names for his creatures.
Definitely, I would agree.
He is moving into a kind of just 3 lightning rod. It's almost funny that they went for identical starts on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, exactly. They look exactly the same right now.
We got 4 hench on that side, 4 hench on that. It's even down to the henchman count.
Wow.
That they're doing the exact same. They're both building the generator at the exact same time. Out of all
crazy.
night, we have not seen this much of a perfectly mirrored start. But Girthquake actually expanding first to that lower generator. Meanwhile, Gray prioritizes the coal pile. And Girthquake he is prioritizing it, but not quite as fast. But Gray's got the level 2. They both get level 2 at almost identical times here. Scuds, this is crazily close matchup. The only advantage
of the ages.
The only advantage that Girthquake has for himself right now is the fact that he's got that 1 extra generator, giving him a bit more electricity to look for some kind of conversion. But we got 2 creature chambers on the side of Gray. Gray pulling out Marty, High Endurance Pack Hunter. The only downside to them having these funny names on these creatures is I have no idea what the fuck I'm looking at. But it's looking like we got a Tasmanian Devil, I think that's what it's called. Either way, it's something with a Velociraptor. Yeah. Something with Velociraptor. He's got a Pack Hunter. He's got 3 of them here. I expect to see a 4th before he goes for the aggression. Oh, he's only got 2 of them, actually. But we see Girthquake moving in with Zepron Pon Devon. Moving in. Very slow creature, but we got the creatures from Gray moving above Girth's base. Meanwhile, it looks like Girthquake's just playing defensive here and scouting out this close expo to try and build up his coal. To gather.
What is Gray gonna do here?
Meanwhile, Gray is targeting the generator. Not sure how. Oh, quick response from Girthquake, able to send his creatures in, but be interesting to see how they manage in the fight. Gray's creatures, Marty, just getting absolutely obliterated, just simply due to the fact that they have such low HP. Oh, we got the Fluffster pulling up from Girthquake here. Going to back up. Oh, there was completely, to my misunderstanding, Gray has built up the Cuddleotes. Yet again, we're looking at the Electric Eel Zebra.
which is
Oh,
not
he
the
just got
Cuddly
absolutely
and just
demolished there.
completely destroys all of Girthquake's army here. Except for a few creatures he's got left in the base. He's now got Fluffster moving up to defend, to play on a more defensive route, but he's got the Pack Hunter on those guys, which is good. Taking out the singular henchman that Gray has sent over, but Gray has fortified his defenses to the absolute maximum. Meanwhile, Girthquake is still just slowly trailing behind a tiny bit here. But he has quite a bit of fortification down and a bit more resources, realistically. But we already got level 3 from Gray. I'm not sure if we got level 3 from Girthquake yet. I didn't see if it went off. But based on the fact that he's building research clinics, you gotta assume he does. Girthquake pushing in with the Cuddleyotes, as well as his frontline with the Lemming Ostrich, which is actually the Gorilla Spider, I think.
Let's see what Girthquake does here.
Girthquake bringing Bobsworth the First, a early game artillery level 3, but unfortunately just Gray already has the melee.
Yeah, I don't see what Girthquake could do really much in this position.
Girthquake's got a decent amount of sound beam towers here, which is managing to hold off the defense for the time being, bringing in the ugly-ass Duckling to try and protect this upper expo, because he's got his 3 sound beam towers on the bot side here. And ugly-ass Duckling manages to defend it, which is honestly quite surprising based on what we were looking at from Gray's army here. But Gray kind of regrouping, getting some Spitting Cractors, Spitting Cobra mixed with a Raptor, Pack Hunter with Frenzy, 8 damage. He's upgraded the damage already. Meanwhile, we got the ugly-ass Ducklings moving into this bottom middle expo to try and defend it so Girthquake can kind of have monetization or sole possession of this middle lower expo. But the artillery and stuff is just taking out the ugly-ass Ducklings. The ugly-ass Ducklings are kind of protecting the base. Meanwhile, Gray's creatures are already pushing to the hench line. Girth using his henchmen to try and defend them, but he's building up a sound beam tower at the lab. Should be okay now, but what is this guy? We got Boomerang Billion. The Elite Attack. This guy's quite tanky. Gazelle mixed with, not entirely sure. Gray using the Hench Hater. Not entirely sure what that creature is, but I think it's a... I think it might be artillery. Yeah, it's a Bombardier Beetle level 2, I think. Wait, no, level 3. Very low HP, but it's got the Bombardier Beetle, and it's very low cost. So, probably just looking to clear out henchmen, but clears out Girth's whole expo right here.
This is not looking good for Girthquake currently, but there's still potential for him to come back.
He does have a decent amount of sound beam towers in his area, but it's becoming harder and harder as Gray seems to be taking over this entire mid expo, both the bottom and the upper one, gaining pretty much maximum amount of coal if he can. He's got a few sound beam towers of his own as well, so it's looking rough for Girthquake on this end. We got the Grizzly Bear, we got Bosworth the First pulling back up. I believe that's the Grizzly Bear Bombardier Beetle, and Ugly Ass Duckling moving in. Meanwhile, you got Lemming Stritch, aka the Gorilla something, still trying to take out that first sound beam tower. Be interesting to see if Girth tries to repair it, since we know it's been targeted a few times. But probably not likely. It seems like, nope. The Henchman Hater is targeting the Geyser, potentially doing more damage to his own creatures than the Geyser. But looks like the Ugly Ass Duckling is backing off. Yeah, Ugly Ass Duckling manages to clear out most of Gray's kind of army there. Not a whole lot of creatures on his side at this time, but he's got plenty of creature chambers. He's moving on to his, I believe, level 4 Aspinall. Moving in, we got the blue ringed octopus mixed with, I believe, the rhinoceros. Meanwhile, the other... Ooh, that's gonna be a crazy sonic boom.
To say, if Earthquake could make that play and take out that resource there, that would have been a great move on his side. But
unfortunately, the sonic boom just clears all of Girthquake's assault.
Girthquake seems to get Sonic Boom himself here, but he has blown Lab and given out the first game. We are now moving on to game 2 here. What are we thinking Girthquake needs to do to bounce back from that? I honestly don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty wild matchup. I must say myself.
Yeah. We're looking at another Depario game, though. Gray on the right, Girthquake on the left, both going for that 3-hand start. It'll be interesting to see if Girthquake tries to protect his kind of upper entrance to his base, since he knew that Gray went for that in this first game with some of those earlier creatures there. Yeah, but both just doing their standard 3-hand start. We'll see what changes in this match compared to the last.
Definitely, definitely. I could see Girthquake making a harder push this time around, possibly.
Quite potentially, trying to catch him a bit off guard here.
Definitely, definitely. So I could see it being a similar matchup this game and being a very close one just because of the previous game. Following the similar tactics.
Yeah. It's always interesting to me when they pick the same army as well as the same map, because I get to see if they try to make any kind of adaptation or if they try to do what they did but a little bit faster.
Yes, definitely.
Both sides building their lightning rods. Girthquake's actually a slight bit behind here. Gray's almost already moving on to his third, and Girthquake has still only finished his second. Or not even quite finishing his second. Meanwhile, we got 3 all the way up here on Gray. Seems like Girthquake might have been negatively affected by that first loss and is really give momentum. Very interesting here. Gray actually only builds 3 lightning rods at his lab and then builds another one at this first expo. Meanwhile, Girthquake has built all 4 right at his lab and is now doing the bramble fence on the top entrance to prevent that early push that we saw in game 1. Yeah, building the geyser up there. Both sides building it. Ooh, very interesting that Gray actually pushes to take the middle expo before the close one. Fairly interesting there, which to me tells me that he's going to be on the early aggression.
Definitely, definitely. But that's also a pretty scary move to make. I mean,
yeah, it is a very risky play, but he was already ahead of Girthquake at this point. He doesn't know that, but he already was ahead of him. And it's seeming like that's just kind of the course of the action. We still got 2 creature chambers and a genetic amplifier, and Girthquake has a bramble fence. And me needlessly pause at your sack is spawning in here. We got the, I believe it's a mountain lion tarantula by the looks of it.
At this moment, if Girthquake doesn't make a fast maneuver to disrupt his production in the middle there, I think this will not be a good situation.
The problem is, I don't think Girthquake's even aware.
Yeah, he wouldn't
have seen them just yet, and it doesn't seem like Gray is prioritizing the generators at all. He's just got that middle expo down. He's got his creatures going, and it looks like we're gonna see a bit of a skirmish here in the middle, as me needlessly pawing at your sack manages to get taken out pretty quickly. But we got the zebra porcupines, a very classic creature, highly penetrative, good damage. But they're gonna have to be backing off here because Gray's creatures, he's got some melees there. We no longer have melees on the side of Girthquake, but Girthquake expands to that bottom left expo to kind of start building up his resources. We are looking at 2 versus 2 expo right now, so they're actually even in terms of their income. If anything, Gray is slightly ahead because he has both geysers. Meanwhile, I mean, Girthquake also has both geysers, but it looks like Gray is building the 3rd geyser first, as well as already has control over mid. He has lost that bottom expo, though, which is pretty big, because that pushes Girthquake ahead in terms of gathering. Or just kind of resource collection. But the forces of Gray just keep holding this mid. They keep holding this midpoint. We got the Lamanther. Big creature here. My mom's calling me. Just 1 second here, guys. Okay. And we are back. Never mind, my mom said, call me, please. I will be right back, party people.
Sorry, folks. There's a slight issue with the stream at the moment, but we will resolve that in a second. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm here.
Hello, hello. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry for the brief delay here. Alright, so just jumping straight back into it, we got the assault from Gray here going out with his Poison Frina. I believe it's some kind of spider mixed with a hyena. Just taking out Girthquake's got creatures. My apologies. Girthquake very quickly kind of doing what he can to build up some bit of a defense here. But it seems like Gray's just kind of got his number and has pushed in pretty hard here with all his range creatures. The mass range is going hard. Meanwhile, me needlessly pause at your, whatever, I can't remember. Is just getting taken out, and Gray's henchmen are here ready. Looks like Girthquake has forfeit the match.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a very quick and impressive game from Gray. Just overall, really solid play. Yeah, so let's take a look at what our next matchup is going to be here. I believe it is the last matchup of the night. We're looking at Kiki versus Black Tiger 1. You know anything about these guys? Let's Scouts with?
To be honest, not a whole lot. I've heard their names, but I haven't really been in a call with them. I haven't really experienced
Fair
any
enough,
interaction
fair
with them
enough.
So, I mean...
Well,
I'm
we
not
know
sure
the
what
Black
that-
Tigers are solid players.
Definitely, definitely.
And we know... I believe Kiki actually took out Gray in this last week, but I will have to double check. Yeah, Kiki... Oh, no. Kiki took out Skitter. Skitter, who was the victim
Yes.
of Black Tiger 3 in the previous series.
Yeah,
So,
I mean-
yeah, let's hop into this next one in just a little bit here.
Could be a pretty good matchup as well.
Yeah, it could be quite a good matchup. Should be fun to watch. Just give us a few moments here on the stream. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, hopping into game 1 of Kiki vs. Black Tiger 1.
Check out the enemy labs.
Let's take a look and see how this one plays out.
Front property.
Alright, so we are in here, hopping on good old... I can't remember what map this is actually. We got Kiki in the bottom right. We got Black Tiger 1 in the top left here. Both going the standard 3-hedge start and the lightning rod down early. Be interesting to see if Black Tiger 1 is able to do the same kind of rush that we saw from Black Tiger 3 against Skitter. See if they have similar tactics or not. We do got the henchmen kind of just piling in on both sides here. You know, very standard stuff. Very standard stuff. And both just building it up. We got the second lightning rod getting dropped in here by Black Tiger 1. And we got Kiki still going on hedge, trying to maximize that coal pile as quickly as possible, sending henchmen to build the lightning rod. Just now a little bit quicker on Black Tiger 3's side, but we wonder if maybe Kiki is going to build level 2 research first, or if we're going to see it from Black Tiger 1. Black Tiger 1 seems to be prioritizing more henchmen, but they have both stopped roughly at about the same time for henchman development. Black Tiger actually building level 2 research first. We have one more henchman coming out from Kiki, 2 more henchmen coming out from Kiki. And Black Tiger 1 going for the aggro. They're both moving to the same expo here.
Full pile.
And Black Tiger is going to have the advantage here because
Battle.
Kiki's still building henchmen. He hasn't built a single... He hasn't started level 2 research. Just starting it now. We see the Scorpion Lion coming from Black Tiger 1. That's going to be really rough. Does actually have Barrier Destroy on it. Okay, that's actually not even the Scorpion. That's the something beetle. A early level 2
Yeah.
from Black Tiger with Barrier Destroy. Let's keep in mind, he does have Barrier Destroy before his opponent even has creatures.
Yeah, this is not looking too good right off the start. I'd say so myself. Slap games.
Kiki tossing in a cheeky Soundbeam Tower right there. And blocking it with the henchman. Very good micro to prevent the takedown of this. Black Tiger's forced to try and take it out with his own henchman. Because his creatures just can't make it in there. We got the assault going on from Black Tiger. Answered by the Mantis Shrimpazelle. The Gazelle mixed with the Mantis Shrimp from Kiki. Able to hold off this early kind of push from Black Tiger. You gotta wonder if he could have pushed a little bit more aggro, but we still got quite a bit of creatures here. We got the Electric Cobra. We got the Archerfish Gazelle. We got double range into a group of melee. Could go Kiki's way if he plays the micro wipe, but instantly targeting that Soundbeam Tower, but sends his creatures into the offense there, which forces Black Tiger's creatures to move in. The micro's actually getting pretty good here from the side of Kiki, taking out that entire wave of creatures from Black Tiger without a single one of his dying. But we do got a Soundbeam Tower built at the lab of Kiki. Kiki takes this Expo on the right, looking to take the second one up here because he knows Black Tiger's got that one on the left on lock right now, as well as the generator. Looks like Black Tiger is finally expanding to that upper geyser, just getting it kind of going on his end. And then looks like Kiki got that second workshop in. He's got his Mantis Shrimpazelles just chilling. Kiki actually takes the middle expo. You know, out of all the matches that I've seen on this match, almost no one takes this middle expo until about midway through the game. Now, I don't know if I want to call 6 minutes and 40 seconds midway. They're still only on level 2 research. Level 3 research is being started by Black Tiger. He's got 2 bramble fences going in here. Probably going to look for just a basic Soundbeam Tower defense. Very heavily investing in the defense of these Soundbeam Towers, which is gonna feel kind of bad. I'm gonna be honest, it's gonna feel bad as soon as Kiki builds some range units. He's gonna be able to target that directly, but you won't be able to get it to him with a Barrier Destroy. We got Black Tiger opting in to build 2 Swimmer Chambers. It'll be interesting to see why he prioritizes this. Kiki is now going from a pincer attack on this bottom left expo with the Gazelles, but it is leaving his base wide open on the right side. But I don't think Black Tiger has any defenses or any creatures to defend this. And here comes the Cuttlefish, or the Blue Tongue Gazelle, taking out that Soundbeam Tower. Just like I was saying there, we got the range just easily taking them out. We got level 3s spawning in on the side of Black Tiger 1. The Hippopotamus Man of War. Very high damage unit, I believe. Or actually, no, it has 2 damage. The very opposite of high damage. And these Blue Tongue Gazelles are just kind of getting a lot done. Kiki's bringing out the Chamomel and making the advance here. Really good kind of, I guess, no other way to really put it besides like just a good little defense there. Good little defense leading into a kind of counter assault, but we got Black Tiger 1 coming in with some artillery, able to kind of withstand that initial attack. Saves the generator as well, by the looks of it. Black Tiger using the artillery on his own creatures, more or less, because they're only targeting one dude. We got the chameleons moving in, but they're not targeting anything. They're moving into a position first. And the electric eel is actually moving in on this mid here from Black Tiger 1. The camel electric eel. Just looking to take this middle expo. Meanwhile, we got Kiki making a bit of a push on the top side here with some caterpillar camels. Big fan of the camels, it looks like. Big fan of high endurance, I guess. Decent amount of regen going in. Able to clear out, or at least get them out of there. He has no henchmen at his lab now. He's got 2 henchmen nearby, but none directly at his lab. Kiki is targeting the Soundbeam Tower. Great targeting here. Able to get it down, take out those lightning rods as well. Looks like Black Tiger 1's lab is looking more like his expo is looking more like his lab. Black Tiger 1's artillery is just getting outnumbered, and he's got his henchmen. He's spawning henchmen somewhere. He's building a flyer chamber at his middle expo here, trying to hold off where he can. He's got level 3 research, so he has the lab defense. But Kiki's pushing in on all ends. I'm not sure.
Definitely an interesting outcome right now. At the start, it wasn't looking too great for Kiki, but Kiki's made a major comeback.
Major comeback indeed. It looks like he's just going to take out the lab. No lab defense or anything. It appears Black Tiger is just giving the match. That is game 1 going to the way of Kiki. Let's see how game 2 plays out. We do have a map switch. I believe we are looking at Depario 1v1 for this game 2. Let's see how this one plays out.
My little pets will have your lab for lunch.
Literally.
Somebody's cheating. Somebody's cheating.
The nub used Kiki the nub used a cheat code. I don't know what cheat code he used.
Somebody's cheating.
He's used another cheat code. I'm honestly not sure what he's doing. We got Kiki. Versus Computer 1? I think Kiki sent me the wrong second replay. I will be right back here as I look into it. Alright guys, so it appears that that match was... I was sent the wrong replay for that guy there, but we are now moving on to just quickly updating the standings here to take a quick look at what we have. We got a 2-0 going the way of Gray here, so let's just highlight that there. And then we got Kiki versus Black Tiger 1. Kiki came out victorious on that guy. Then Black Tiger 3 versus Skitter. We got Skitter dropping the games there, and then the victory going over to Black Tiger 3. Meanwhile, over in the Rex Chance group, we got Logic versus Winning. I don't remember if I saw that match just yet. Let me see what I got going here. I don't remember seeing it. Oh, Logic. Oh, we do actually have that match. We can actually move on to that one. Alright, so it looks like we are going to actually have a quick pause here before moving on to our actual last game of the night. Consisting of Logic versus Winning. We will be right back yet again going into this last match. All right, everybody. We are now moving on to our last game of the night. Between Logic and Winning. Now, we saw Winning at the beginning of tonight in a match from last week's match to cover Winning versus Seabass. Let's see how Winning takes on Logic. We are hopping on the classic 1v1 map of Face Off. We got Winning on the right, Logic on the left, both starting off instantaneously with a workshop there to cut the distance from the lab to the coal pile. Not a huge surprise here, but definitely not what I would do on this map. But there's a reason why I didn't even make it to the henchman group. So we got more henchmen spawning in from Logic here. Henchmen spawning in from Winning as well. This is very standard, typical stuff that we expect to see in this early game. Other than the workshop start, but that's most likely just a standard kind of face-off tactic that has been developed over time here. Funny enough, Logic sends more of his henchmen to this upper coal pile than Winning does, which would slow down his coal gathering. But it could be potentially because he had already maxed out the henchmen on this lower workshop. Meanwhile, the extra henchmen from Winning's side went onto that lightning rod. Then I think both henchmen here are going towards the geyser, but they actually look like they're moving full on into the opponent's side. You gonna start with a triple Bramble Fence start? I don't know how I feel about that. Cutting off all kind of entrances from the side of Logic is, at least in terms of land units, which, if we don't send out any scouts on Logic's side, that might not be the best, but it's also a weird use of resources and time from Winning here, because it's essentially blocking it off, telling him that he wants to go for that late game fight, or that mid game fight, but it wants to stall out the game a tiny bit. But we got Winning here. Got his 3 lightning rods down. Meanwhile, we got 4 lightning rods down on the side of Logic, and he's already got the generator up. Meanwhile, we don't see the generator up on the side of Winning just yet. So we will have to wait and see. How this one plays out. Yeah, so 2 creature chambers getting built up here. I don't know for sure if he saw the Bramble Fence yet. Winning's actually moving into this bottom left coal pile and expo to try and do a very kind of cheeky start here. He's also got the swimmer chamber. Ooh, we are going for a swimmer chamber. Pure archer fish start. We got the pack hunter. That's got to be with the Velociraptor. Archerfish Runa? Archerfish Tuna. Oh, matched by the artillery by just a damn short ape coming in from Logic. The Archerfish just didn't stand a chance against these apes. Monkeys versus fish. There's a reason monkeys hunt fish. But these Archerfish Tunas are just getting obliterated. And the early spotting of this water chamber is really big on the side of Logic, because that pretty much denies the surprise attack that Winning could have had if he had used, if he had moved the swimmer chamber a little bit more to the left so that he was not easily spotted as much. He might have been able to take him out. And because we got artillery in this early half from Logic, it pretty much just completely nullifies the entire Bramble Fence setup that Winning has early invested onto, but Winning is moving on to his something ostrich, a level 2 here. Decent amount of damage here, but they're getting fended off by one of the range creatures of Logic here. But Logic, he does eventually die to the ostriches just due to the pure amount of HP coming from them. And Winning still has decent control over the entire map, but in creatures to creatures, we've already invested a lot on the side of Winning in that kind of early cheese strat, but it looks like Logic is managing to... We got a level 3 Behemoth?
Oh, wow.
The Behemoth Man of War, a level 3. Seems like the Man of War is perfectly used by a lot of people in the tournament here to keep creatures low, like, level low. Looks like Logic is making his push in here with his spray, which is, I think, a pure Velvet Worm mixed with something. I honestly couldn't tell you, but unfortunately, just positioning kind of... They're completely blocking these guys, but they're also just not attacking him. So, like, very, I guess, confusing micro. As... I mean, I guess they're dying now. I mean, they're probably getting hit by these Gorilla Cobras that Winning is employing as his defensive maneuver. Meanwhile, we got level 3's Wombaceros, Wombat Rhinoceros, are now moving in. They got horns, 14 damage, and are melee. So it's not looking super good for the side of Winning here, as these guys are going to be able to do just a buttload of damage onto them. Yeah. What are your thoughts here, Lord Scudsworth?
My current thoughts is it is currently, it's looking kind of, I mean, evenly matched at the moment in a sense, but I don't know. We'll see how it goes through this game, I guess. It is currently currently looking pretty good on both sides. I mean, there looks like red currently is holding off quite well. They're just building up their forces right now, gaining resources. Blue coming in to make the attack on the turbine. Ooh, it's looking like they're having an all-out.
Hello, hello.
Battle
Sorry
at
about
the
that. We
moment.
are back, ladies and gentlemen.
See
Big
what's
battle
happening.
going on with
This is-
the chimpanzees versus the behemoth.
Looking like Ludo is holding out right now, quite low, and actually taking out quite a few red creatures right now.
Yeah, you gotta really wish on the side of winning here that you had some kind of art to kind of capitalize over the fact that we're fighting
It's
in a
not looking
massive
good for
choke
red.
point.
This might be the end of the match here. This could potentially be the end of the match.
Yeah, it looks like we are going for the push on the side of Logic, but we do have a bit of flyers coming in from winning from the side
it's
here.
looking like
But
red.
they're ooh, they're just getting absolutely shredded by the Cobras without hesitation. Didn't even get one single hit off of. And the chimpanzees are just going to be doing work on the rest of the lab.
This might be it, everyone. Blue's making the final push by the looks of
If
it.
Snakes had
The
legs,
henchman
as well
first.
as Chimp,
Now
just
attacking
making the moves.
creature spawners and now attacking a lab.
Now going straight to the lab there. It's going to be
This
rough.
might be it.
It's going to be rough on the side of winning, but he is still spawning henchmen in, so he is still trying to hope. He does still have a plan, perhaps, but the amount of creatures that Logic has got going for himself is
Looking
just
like
making it look like the game's
See
over.
how long red
But
holds off.
the lab defense getting procced there. Just kind of stopping any kind of assault from the side of Logic with the lab assault on Winning's lab. Drops it there to
Oh,
get
looks
his
like
electric
Blue's
back.
not attacking the lab anymore. Is just ruthlessly taking out. Oh, and that was it.
Oh,
That's
and his
game
lab
red.
has been blown. We are now moving on to game 3, or game 2 in this series, on Cenote. Now this is a very interesting map as it's very small with lots of choke points.
All enemy labs.
And I personally quite like it. Have you played on this map here, Scott? All right. We got Winning down on the bottom right. We got Logic up at the top left here. Hello, hello, hello.
Yellow.
There we are. Yeah, we got. Have you ever played on this map here, Scuds? We're moving on to game 2 here.
I don't think I have actually.
No, this is a really fun map as it has quite a few choke points on it, as well
Yes,
as
it definitely looks like it. I would like to actually try this one out.
it's got a fairly unique layout compared to a lot of maps. It's not very popular
yeah.
because of how choky it is, giving massive benefits to taking an artillery and rushing in this map. As if they are very close together, you get a lot of splash damage onto that. But if you counter it with a decent melee, you should be fine. Both kind of just went for your more standard start. Winning actually getting out a second lightning rod before our boy Logic up there. Get a close up on this. Just finishing up his second one there. Meanwhile, Winning has moved on to expanding to this coal pile up right here at this expo. Interesting to see how certain players will prioritize their lightning rods over all else, and others will prioritize the early gathering of coal. I mean, both have their benefits and both have their flaws for sure, but interesting to see nonetheless. We got first person with level 1 going over to level 2, and then second one going over to Logic as Logic continues to build up his base, expanding to that middle coal pile. Has one creature there on the scout already. Overall doing pretty good. Yeah, so we got this Expo getting taken up here, Expo over there, but early rush from Logic here. Moving to that middle Expo, the Pure Wolves, aka the Beast, pulling up. I'm not sure what it's mixed with actually. I don't think that's the Wolf's Tail, but I don't know if I've ever actually taken the Wolf's Tail. We got a Scorpion Cheetah spawned in from Winning here, but it looks like the Pack Hunter Wolves are moving in and they're now fighting the henchmen. We got a Sound Beam Tower defended by the Lightning Rods. Good positioning here. From a good positioning of his structure on Winning side. Here we got the Scorpion Cheetahs kind of there. We take out that Expo up The only
Looks like Logic got the advantage right now. Currently.
Yeah, Winning does have multiple generators right now, but he doesn't even have a workshop to convert, so he's most likely just sitting on resources in terms of elect.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we got Logic just building up a decent amount of army of these little wolf guys. He's even got some range creatures in here now. With the damn short ape. I think it's a horse ape, but I can't tell for sure. But looks like we got the scorpion cheetahs as well as the cheetah chameleon. Trying to defend the base. Really high speed creatures, which isn't exactly that great on this map, but due to the fact that he's rushing artillery, could be useful, but they're just getting cleared out before they even get the chance. I think this one's going over to Logic right away here. I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Quick win.
Yeah, I don't think Winning can manage to hold his own. He might be able to make something happen with these henchmen here, but with the artillery able to be there from Logic, and Logic just sending more and more creatures, Winning doesn't even have anything going on. He's just trying to build more hench. He's got no coal. He's got no resources right now. He's only got a elect. He's got 3 henchmen going on this coal pile. He's sending out 1 Cheetorpian, but that's not going to do anything for him at this
The
point.
last power move when you can make is send in the hench meat and see if they can do anything.
Unfortunately, he's already tried that, unfortunately. It didn't quite last over here when he sent his guys. He's got way too many creatures, and he blows lab. Honestly, I cannot blame him for that one after seeing what was going down in this early game.
That was definitely an early brutal match.
Yeah, easy win coming in for Logic here, which is quite surprising, honestly, with how we saw him winning new to the bracket, playing against Seabassett earlier in the night here. So we are seeing the win go towards Logic, and we are short 1 game for week 2 in the Rex Chance group. We have all the games that Upton Julius played, and we are currently only 1 game played in the henchman group per week. But Paulik and Antof, I will have to review the henchman bracket because these 3 players are not playing right now. The other 3 are. There will be some adjustments made to the brackets here, but let's just take a quick look at how things are lined up so far. So we got Gray with 2 wins, Kiki with 2 wins, Black Tiger 3 with 1, and Black Tiger 1 with 1. So overall, fairly interesting to see how these matches have played out. We got Girthquake and Skitter, unfortunately, hovering at the bottom of the bracket here. And then over in the Rex Chance group, we have Logic coming ahead of everybody so far. Depends on how the SRX 33 versus Sprute match goes when they inevitably play that. But for now, Logic is in sole possession of first place of Rex Chance, which many would probably say isn't that crazy to see. And then, out of the 3 people that we have in Henchman right now that are actively playing, Papa Delta, Paulik, and XY, with how strong of a win XY had over Papa Delta, you can expect him to kind of remain on top here. Alright guys, well that has been my time. 4.5 hours of it. So I hope you all enjoyed, and we will see you guys next week with hopefully quite a few improvements to the stream, and hopefully less interruptions.
Definitely. We'll be making some tweaks to the stream to make it much more professional for the viewing pleasure, and
much more streamlined as well.
definitely.
I will be making an announcement in the next little while here, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, as to how things will be changing up in the following weeks in terms of who's playing what group and how they're playing it. All right. Well, I hope you all have a wonderful night, and we will see you next week.